Hello, my dear sleepy listener. Welcome to Sleepy Crown, where history's quiet tales gently carry you into dreamland. Tonight, we embark on a peaceful journey through the life of Frederick V, Elector Palatine of the Rhine, a prince whose dreams of defending the Protestant faith led him to briefly wear the crown of Bohemia during one fateful winter. This romantic yet tragic figure sparked one of Europe's most devastating conflicts and left a legacy that would eventually place his descendants on the British throne. We'll softly explore his early years as a German prince, raised in the complex world of Calvinist theology and princely politics, his enchanting Valentine's Day marriage to Princess Elizabeth Stuart that captured the hearts of Protestant Europe, his agonizing decision to accept the Bohemian crown that would change the course of history, the devastating defeat at the Battle of White Mountain that earned him the eternal nickname the Winter King, and the long years of exile in The Hague, where he watched helplessly as war consumed Central Europe, all while the flames of the 30 Years' War engulfed the continent in religious strife and political upheaval that would kill millions and reshape the map of Europe forever. Before you drift away into peaceful slumber, please take a moment to like this video. Leave a gentle comment about which part of Frederick's story resonates most with you, and subscribe to keep these soothing historical tales coming your way. So cozy up, close your eyes, and let these gentle whispers from 17th century Europe lull you into restful sleep. If you're new here, welcome to the Sleepy Crown family. Frederick, later known as Frederick V, Elector Palatine of the Rhine and briefly King of Bohemia, entered this world on a warm summer morning, the 26th of August in the year 1596. His first cries echoed through the timber halls of a modest hunting lodge called Jagdschloss Deinschwang, nestled in the rolling hills and dense forests of the Upper Palatinate, in what is now Bavaria, Germany. This humble birthplace, surrounded by ancient oak trees and medieval hunting grounds, offered no indication of the royal crowns, devastating defeats, and world-changing consequences that would define his extraordinary life. The hunting lodge, where Frederick was born, was not a grand palace, but rather a comfortable retreat, where the electoral family came to escape the formalities of court life and enjoy the pleasures of the hunt. The building featured sturdy wooden beams, modest chambers warmed by large fireplaces, and windows that looked out over the forested landscape of the Upper Palatinate. On that August morning, as the midwives attended to the labouring electress, the air would have been filled with the sounds of the surrounding forest, birdsong, the rustling of leaves in the summer breeze, perhaps the distant call of hunting horns. The infant prince was born into one of the most powerful and politically significant families in the Holy Roman Empire. His father, Frederick IV, held the prestigious and ancient title of Elector Palatine of the Rhine, making him one of only 7 princes in the entire empire with the sacred constitutional duty and privilege of electing the Holy Roman Emperor. This electoral dignity was not merely ceremonial. It granted the holder tremendous political influence, a permanent seat in the imperial diet, and a voice in the most important decisions affecting Central Europe. The electors stood just below the emperor himself in the complex hierarchy of the empire, and their territories were protected by special imperial laws. The Palatinate itself was a strategically vital territory in the heart of Western Germany. It was actually divided into 2 distinct parts, separated by other territories. The Lower Palatinate, also called the Rhenish Palatinate, stretched along the Rhine River between the Moselle and Neckar rivers. This fertile, prosperous region included important cities like Heidelberg, the capital, and Mannheim. The Upper Palatinate, where Frederick was born, lay to the east near Bavaria and was rich in minerals, particularly iron ore. Together, these territories had a population of approximately 600,000 people, a substantial power base in the fragmented political landscape of early modern Germany. Young Frederick's mother was Louise Juliana of Nassau, a princess of remarkable lineage herself, and a woman who embodied the international Protestant connections that would shape her son's life. She was the daughter of William the Silent, Prince of Orange, the legendary leader of the Dutch revolt against Spanish rule. William had been assassinated in 1584 by a Catholic fanatic, making him a Protestant martyr whose memory lived on powerfully in the Reformed Protestant imagination. Through his mother, Frederick inherited not just noble blood, but a connection to the greatest symbol of Protestant resistance to Catholic tyranny in the 16th century. Louise Juliana's mother had been Charlotte de Bourbon-Montpensier, a French princess who had converted from Catholicism to Protestantism and fled a convent to marry William the Silent. This dramatic religious conversion, so typical of the passionate commitments of the Reformation era, meant that Frederick's maternal grandmother had literally chosen faith over family, love over duty. These family stories of religious conviction and sacrifice would be told to young Frederick as he grew, shaping his understanding of what it meant to be a Protestant prince in a world divided by faith. From the moment of his birth, Frederick belonged to the House of Palatinate, the senior Calvinist branch of the mighty House of Wittelsbach, one of the oldest and most distinguished ruling families in German lands. The Wittelsbachs could trace their lineage back to the early Middle Ages, and they had provided dukes, electors, and even Holy Roman emperors over the centuries. However, by Frederick's birth, this ancient family was deeply divided along the religious fault lines that split all of Europe. Frederick's branch of the family, the Palatinate line, had embraced the Reformed Protestant faith of John Calvin during the mid-16th century. They stripped their churches of images and statues, rejected Catholic ritual and ceremony, emphasized the absolute sovereignty of God and the doctrine of predestination, and insisted on a pure, scriptural Christianity without human additions. They saw themselves as the true heirs of the Reformation, going beyond Luther to create churches that matched the simplicity and purity of the early Christian communities described in the New Testament. Meanwhile, their cousins in Bavaria, the other major branch of the House of Wittelsbach, remained not just Catholic, but militantly Catholic. The Dukes of Bavaria were among the most devoted supporters of the Counter-Reformation, the Catholic Church's vigorous response to Protestant challenges. Bavaria would become the heart of Catholic resistance to Protestantism in Germany, and Duke Maximilian I of Bavaria would emerge as one of Frederick's greatest enemies. This family division reflected in miniature the larger religious civil war that was slowly consuming European civilization. The infant Frederick was baptized on the 6th of October, 1596, just over a month after his birth, in the town of Hamburg, the capital of the Upper Palatinate. The baptism was an elaborate affair, carefully staged to display the family's power and connections. The ceremony drew diplomats, nobles, and dignitaries from across the Holy Roman Empire and beyond, for this baby boy represented a crucial link in the web of alliances that held Protestant interests together against Catholic pressure. Baptisms of electoral princes were significant state occasions, and Frederick's parents used the opportunity to strengthen political bonds and receive pledges of friendship from other Protestant powers. His godparents were carefully chosen from among the most influential Protestant nobles and princes. Each godparent represented not just a personal connection, but a political alliance. By standing as godparents, these nobles bound themselves and their families to Frederick's welfare, creating ties of loyalty that might be called upon in future years. This practice of using god parentage to cement political alliances was common in early modern Europe, where personal relationships between rulers often mattered more than abstract reasons of state. Frederick's childhood unfolded during a time of uneasy peace in Central Europe, a peace that everyone knew was fragile and temporary. The religious settlement established by the Peace of Augsburg in 1555 had brought a temporary end to the religious wars that had ravaged Germany after Martin Luther's challenge to Rome. According to the terms of the Peace of Augsburg, each prince in the Holy Roman Empire could determine whether his territory would be Catholic or Lutheran, following the Latin principle of cuius regio, ius religio, whose realm, his religion. If a prince chose Catholicism, his subjects must be Catholic. If he chose Lutheranism, his subjects must be Lutheran. However, this settlement contained dangerous flaws that would eventually tear it apart. Most critically, the Peace of Augsburg recognized only two options, Catholicism and Lutheranism. It completely ignored Calvinism, the Reformed Protestant faith that was spreading rapidly across Germany, the Netherlands, France, and Scotland in the late 16th century. Calvinist princes like Frederick's father claimed the same rights as Lutheran princes, but Catholic and even some Lutheran authorities disputed this claim. This legal ambiguity created a constant source of tension and potential conflict. Moreover, the Peace of Augsburg included provisions about church property that became increasingly controversial. The so-called Ecclesiastical Reservation Clause stated that if a Catholic bishop or abbot converted to Protestantism, he must resign his office and properties, which would then remain Catholic. This provision was meant to prevent wholesale secularization of Catholic Church lands, but it was frequently violated or ignored, particularly in northern Germany, where Protestant princes seized wealthy monasteries and bishoprics. Each such incident created a potential crisis that could explode into war. Young Frederick spent his early years being meticulously groomed for the enormous responsibilities that would one day be his. His education reflected the Protestant, particularly Calvinist, emphasis on learning, literacy, and personal piety, combined with the practical skills needed to govern territories and lead armies. He was taught to read and write at an early age, beginning with German and then adding Latin, the universal language of educated Europeans. Latin was essential for diplomatic correspondence, legal documents, and theological study. He also learned French, which was becoming the language of international diplomacy and cultured society. French would allow him to communicate with the French Protestant Huguenots, to navigate the complex court culture of European capitals, and to read the sophisticated literature and philosophy being produced in Paris. His time in France with his uncle, which came later, would polish his French to native-like fluency and give him an appreciation for French culture that would mark him for life. Frederick's formal education included the study of history, particularly the history of the Holy Roman Empire and the German territories. He learned about the ancient Germanic tribes, the Carolingian Empire of Charlemagne, the medieval emperors who had fought popes for supremacy, and the more recent history of the Reformation. History lessons for a prince were not mere academic exercises. They provided practical lessons in statecraft, examples of successful and failed policies, and warnings about the consequences of poor judgment. He studied geography and mathematics, essential for understanding the territories he would rule and for military planning. He learned the basics of fortification, siege warfare, and military organization, though he would never become a particularly skilled military commander. He studied law, especially the complex constitutional law of the Holy Roman Empire, with all its customs, privileges, and precedents. Understanding imperial law was crucial for defending his territory's rights and for navigating the endless legal disputes that occupied so much of a German prince's attention. Most importantly for his future, Frederick received intensive instruction in Reformed Protestant theology. He read scripture daily, memorized catechisms, and absorbed the Calvinist teachings that emphasized several key doctrines. First was the absolute sovereignty of God. God alone determined all things according to his will, and human beings could do nothing to earn salvation through their own efforts. Second was predestination. Before the foundation of the world, God had chosen certain people for salvation, the elect, and others for damnation, the reprobate, and nothing could change these eternal decrees. Third was the doctrine of Scripture alone. The Bible, properly interpreted, contained everything necessary for faith and salvation, and human traditions, church councils, and papal decrees had no authority if they contradicted Scripture. Fourth was a simplified form of worship. Calvinist churches removed statues, paintings, and ornate decorations, keeping only simple wooden tables for communion. They rejected Catholic beliefs about the Mass, relics, purgatory, prayers to saints, and elaborate ceremonies. Worship consisted of scripture reading, preaching, psalm singing, and simple communion. These theological teachings were not abstract academic matters for Frederick. They shaped his entire worldview and would guide his most important decisions. He learned to see the religious conflict of his time not as a political dispute, but as a cosmic battle between God's truth and Satan's lies, between the pure gospel and false Catholic superstition. This framework would make compromise difficult and would ultimately help lead him to accept the Bohemian crown, despite the terrible risks. The young prince also learned the courtly arts expected of a nobleman. He was taught to ride horses skillfully, for horsemanship was both a practical necessity and a marker of noble status. He learned to hunt with hawks and hounds, a favorite aristocratic pastime that also served as training for war. He was instructed in dance, for elaborate court dances were an essential part of diplomatic gatherings and provided opportunities to display grace and build relationships. He learned courtly manners, how to greet foreign ambassadors, how to conduct himself at banquets, how to write elegant letters, and how to manage the elaborate etiquette that governed interactions between nobles of different ranks. Frederick was also educated about the political realities of his time, particularly the growing threat posed by Habsburg power. He learned that the Holy Roman Empire, despite its grand title evoking ancient Rome, was not truly an empire in any meaningful sense. It was instead a bizarre and complex patchwork of approximately 300 semi-independent territories of wildly varying sizes and types. These included kingdoms, like Bohemia, electoral territories, like the Palatinate, duchies, counties, prince-bishoprics ruled by Catholic clerics, free imperial cities governed by their own councils, and even tiny territories consisting of just a single village or monastery. All these territories were loosely bound together under an elected emperor who, since the 15th century, had always been chosen from the powerful Habsburg family. The Habsburgs, through inheritance, marriage, and conquest, had assembled an enormous collection of territories. They ruled Austria directly as their hereditary lands. They held the crowns of Bohemia and Hungary. Though these kingdoms retained considerable autonomy and their own estates, assemblies of nobles, they had close dynastic ties to Spain, where a cousin branch of the family ruled the richest empire on earth, controlling not just Spain itself, but also the Netherlands, territories in Italy, and the vast Spanish Empire in the Americas that produced enormous quantities of silver. This Habsburg dominance deeply worried Protestant princes, who feared the family's unwavering devotion to Rome and its apparent desire to reverse the Protestant Reformation by force if necessary. The Habsburgs saw themselves as defenders of Catholic Christendom, and they were closely allied with the papacy and with the Jesuit order, which was leading Catholic efforts to reconvert Protestant territories. From a Protestant perspective, the Habsburgs represented not just political tyranny, but spiritual danger. They would, if they could, stamp out the true gospel and force everyone back under the Pope's authority. Frederick's father, Elector Frederick IV, understood these dangers intimately and worked tirelessly to organize Protestant resistance. In 1608, when young Frederick was just 12 years old, his father took the momentous step of helping to establish the Protestant Union, also called the Evangelical Union. This was a defensive military alliance of German Protestant states designed to protect their religious freedoms and constitutional rights against Catholic encroachment and Habsburg aggression. The Union brought together territories that followed different forms of Protestantism. Calvinist and Lutheran states cooperated despite their significant theological differences, recognizing that they faced a common existential threat from the resurgent Catholic powers. The creation of the Union represented a recognition that the religious peace of Augsburg was breaking down, and that Protestants needed to prepare for possible war. The Union's charter committed its members to defend each other if any member was attacked for religious reasons, and it established mechanisms for raising troops and funds for common defense. The creation of the Protestant Union immediately prompted a Catholic response. In 1609, Duke Maximilian I of Bavaria led the formation of the Catholic League, a parallel alliance of Catholic territories committed to defending Catholic interests and, if possible, reversing Protestant gains. The existence of these two rival military alliances transformed the Holy Roman Empire into an armed camp divided along religious lines. Germany now had the organizational framework for civil war. All that was needed was a spark to ignite the powder keg. Young Frederick absorbed these political realities as he grew into adolescence. He understood that he was not just a prince but a symbol and leader of Protestant interests in Germany. His father's role as director of the Protestant Union gave their family enormous responsibility for Protestant security and strategy. Frederick learned to think in terms of alliances and power balances, of military strength and diplomatic maneuvering. But he also learned to see politics through the lens of religious duty. Defending Protestant interests was not just politically expedient, but spiritually obligatory. Tragedy struck the young prince's life suddenly and without warning in September of 1610, when Frederick was just 14 years old. His father, Elector Frederick IV, died unexpectedly after a short illness. The exact nature of the illness is not recorded in surviving documents, but it struck quickly and proved fatal within days. One moment Frederick was a prince heir learning statecraft. The next moment, the enormous weight of his father's titles, territories and responsibilities crashed down upon his teenage shoulders. In an instant, Frederick became the Elector Palatine of the Rhine, one of the 7 most powerful princes in the entire Holy Roman Empire, with all the political, military, religious, and administrative duties that entailed. He inherited responsibility for 600,000 subjects in the divided territories of the Lower and Upper Palatinate. He became the formal head of the Protestant Union, the primary organization defending Protestant interests across Germany. He inherited alliances with England, the Dutch Republic, Denmark, and various German Protestant states. He gained control of the University of Heidelberg, one of Europe's leading institutions of reformed Protestant learning. He became responsible for churches, courts, castles, administrative bureaucracies, diplomatic correspondence, and endless legal disputes. The sudden death left Frederick in a precarious and vulnerable position. At 14, He was far too young to exercise independent rule over such complex and important territories. The legal and political situation required careful management to prevent rivals from taking advantage of his youth or foreign powers from meddling in Palatine affairs. The estates of the Palatinate, the assemblies of nobles, clergy, and city representatives who shared power with the elector, had to be reassured that competent adults would manage affairs during Frederick's minority. According to the customs and laws governing such situations, Frederick was placed under a formal guardianship arrangement. His guardian was his kinsman, John II, Count Palatine of Zweibrücken, a mature and experienced nobleman who was trusted by the Palatine estates and by the Protestant Union's other members. John II would exercise effective control over the government of the Palatinate and would guide Frederick's continued education until the young elector reached his legal majority and could assume power in his own right. The guardianship was scheduled to last until July of 1614, when Frederick would turn 18, the age at which German law considered him capable of independent rule. These 4 years under guardianship were crucial in Frederick's development. During this time, he completed his education, learned the practical aspects of governance by observing his guardian's decision-making, met with foreign ambassadors and dignitaries, and gradually assumed more responsibilities as he approached adulthood. When Frederick inherited his father's electoral dignity, he also automatically inherited his father's position as director of the Protestant Union. This made the teenage boy the nominal head of Protestant political and military interests throughout the Holy Roman Empire, though of course the actual direction of Union policy was exercised by more experienced advisors and by John II during Frederick's minority. Nevertheless, the symbolic significance was enormous. Frederick was publicly identified as the leader of Protestant Germany, the prince to whom other Protestant territories looked for coordination and leadership. Throughout his teenage years under guardianship, Frederick's most trusted and influential advisor was Christian of Anhalt, a brilliant but aggressive and risk-taking Calvinist politician who had served Frederick's father faithfully. Christian was utterly committed to the Protestant cause and deeply suspicious of Habsburg intentions. He was a firm believer in the need for Protestant states to stand united, well-armed, and ready to resist Catholic pressure by force if necessary. Christian worked tirelessly behind the scenes to weave together a web of alliances that would protect Reformed religion across Europe. Christian of Anhalt was particularly skilled at the complex diplomatic maneuvering of early modern European politics. He maintained correspondence with Protestant leaders across the continent, from England to Scandinavia to Transylvania. He understood the power dynamics between the major kingdoms and principalities. He had a talent for identifying potential allies and for crafting agreements that balanced competing interests. However, Christian also had a tendency toward overconfidence and toward seeing opportunities where more cautious advisors saw unacceptable risks. Under Christian's influence and through his own experiences, young Frederick absorbed a particular worldview that would shape all his later decisions. He learned to see politics and religion as completely inseparable. They were different aspects of the same struggle between light and darkness, between God's true church and Satan's false church, between freedom of conscience and spiritual tyranny. This fusion of political and religious thinking was typical of the era, but it made compromise extremely difficult. If a political dispute was really a religious dispute, and if religious truth could not be compromised, then political compromise became impossible. Frederick also learned to interpret events in terms of divine providence. Good Calvinists believed that nothing happened by chance. Every event, from the grandest to the smallest, occurred because God willed it to occur. This belief could provide tremendous confidence when things went well, for success was seen as God's blessing and confirmation that one was following his will, but it could also lead to dangerous overconfidence and to misinterpreting events. When the Bohemian estates later offered Frederick their crown, he would interpret it as a divine call that he could not refuse, even though from a purely strategic standpoint, accepting the crown was extremely risky. Frederick also spent significant time during these formative years in France, continuing his education at the court of his uncle, Henri de la Tour, Duke of Bouillon. This French connection was valuable for several reasons. First, it refined his courtly manners and gave him experience of a major European royal court, beyond the relatively provincial setting of Heidelberg. Second, it improved his French language skills to the point of fluency. Third, it connected him to French Protestant, Huguenot networks and gave him insight into French politics. France, in the early 17th century, was officially Catholic, but it had a substantial Protestant minority concentrated especially in southern and western regions. The Huguenots, as French Protestants were called, had fought terrible wars of religion against French Catholics during the late 16th century. The Edict of Nantes in 1598 had granted them limited toleration and certain fortified cities as security. Frederick's time in France taught him about the precarious position of Protestant minorities in Catholic kingdoms and about the constant struggle to maintain religious freedoms against hostile majorities. The experience in France also reinforced Frederick's reformed Protestant identity by contrast. He witnessed Catholic ceremonies and practices, saw Catholic churches filled with images and elaborate rituals, and observed the power and wealth of French Catholic bishops and monasteries. These experiences would have confirmed his Calvinist conviction that Catholicism was a corruption of true Christianity. At the same time, he made connections with French Protestant nobles and learned about their hopes and fears, their networks and resources. Part of Frederick's education took place at the University of Heidelberg, the jewel of his territories and one of the most important intellectual centers in Protestant Europe. Heidelberg had been founded in the 14th century as a Catholic university, but it had embraced the Reformation and by Frederick's time had become renowned as a center of Reformed Protestant learning and Calvinist theology. The university attracted scholars, theologians, and students from across Europe who were drawn to its intellectual freedom, its commitment to scriptural study, and its rigorous Calvinist theological tradition. The university's faculty included some of the most brilliant Reformed Protestant theologians and biblical scholars of the age. These men taught according to the Heidelberg Catechism, one of the most important doctrinal statements of Reformed Protestantism, which explained Calvinist beliefs through a series of questions and answers. Students at Heidelberg learned biblical languages, Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic, so they could read Scripture in its original texts. They studied systematic theology, church history, and homiletics, the art of preaching. They engaged in vigorous intellectual debates about fine points of doctrine and biblical interpretation. For Frederick, the University of Heidelberg was both an intellectual resource and a political tool. The university trained pastors and teachers who would spread Reformed Protestant teachings throughout his territories and beyond. It provided legitimacy and prestige to his regime. A prince who patronized a great university was recognized as a cultivated and learned ruler. The university also served as a kind of think tank, producing treatises and pamphlets that defended Calvinist theology against Catholic and Lutheran critics, and that justified resistance to tyrannical Catholic rulers. The capital city of Heidelberg itself was a beautiful and strategically important place. It sat on the banks of the Neckar River, surrounded by forested hills and dominated by a magnificent castle on the hillside above the town. The castle was the primary residence of the electoral family and the administrative center of the Lower Palatinate. It was a sprawling complex that had grown over centuries, with buildings from different periods in different architectural styles, all connected together. The older parts of the castle dated from medieval times, with thick stone walls, narrow windows, and defensive features appropriate to an era when nobles lived in fortified strongholds. More recent additions reflected Renaissance tastes, with elegant facades, large windows, decorative sculptures, and beautiful gardens. The castle's wine cellar was famous throughout Europe. It contained an enormous wooden cask, the Heidelberg Thun, capable of holding over 50,000 gallons of wine. This massive barrel symbolized the wealth and prosperity of the Palatinate. The castle overlooked the old town of Heidelberg, with its university buildings, churches, prosperous merchants' houses, and narrow medieval streets. The old bridge across the Neckar River was one of the most photographed spots in Germany, though of course photography wouldn't be invented for another 2 centuries. The city had a population of perhaps 10,000 people, making it a significant urban centre by early modern standards. It was wealthy from river trade, administrative functions, and the presence of the university and court. This was the world that Frederick would soon rule independently. A world of political intrigue, religious conflict, learned theology, courtly culture, territorial administration, and military alliances. He was being carefully prepared to manage all of it, to navigate the dangerous waters of early modern European politics while defending Protestant interests and maintaining his family's power and prestige. As Frederick approached manhood and prepared to assume independent rule, his advisors began the careful process of considering suitable marriage prospects. In the complex and calculated world of early modern European politics, royal marriages were decidedly not matters of personal preference, romantic attraction, or individual choice. Instead, they were carefully calibrated diplomatic instruments, strategic alliances made in wedding beds, opportunities to shift the balance of power between kingdoms, secure military cooperation, bring territorial claims, or cement religious partnerships. For Frederick, as the young leader of the Protestant Union and holder of one of the 7 electoral dignities, his marriage carried enormous political weight. The woman he married would not just be his personal companion, but would represent an alliance between her family and the Protestant cause. Her lineage would determine what resources, military, financial, diplomatic, might become available to Protestant interests. Her religious affiliation was non-negotiable. She must be unquestionably Protestant to avoid any hint of Catholic influence or compromise. The process of selecting a bride involved extensive consultations among Frederick's advisors, diplomatic communications with other Protestant courts, consideration of various princes' ages and availability, evaluation of different families' political situations and resources, and endless analysis of how various marriage alliances might affect the European balance of power. It was a slow, deliberate process that took months or even years to complete. Several potential brides were considered and rejected for various reasons. Some candidates were simply not of sufficient rank to match an electoral prince of the Holy Roman Empire. The complex hierarchy of European nobility placed enormous weight on questions of status and precedence. An elector was one of the highest ranks below royalty itself, and marrying beneath his station would have been seen as diminishing the dignity of the Palatinate and potentially creating succession problems if rival claimants challenged a wife's status. Other potential brides came from families whose alliances would not sufficiently benefit Protestant interests. Perhaps their territories were too small to offer meaningful military assistance. Perhaps their political situations were too unstable, or their commitments to the Protestant cause too questionable. Perhaps they had hostile relationships with other Protestant powers whose cooperation Frederick needed. each potential match had to be evaluated from multiple angles to determine whether it would strengthen or complicate the Protestant position. One particularly attractive candidate from a strategic standpoint was considered despite an obvious disqualifying factor: Gustavus Adolphus, the Crown Prince of Sweden. Gustavus was exactly the right age, came from a staunchly Protestant kingdom with growing military power, and would eventually prove to be one of the greatest military commanders of the age. The only problem was that Gustavus was male, making marriage somewhat impossible. He would later become the Lion of the North, the Protestant champion, who would nearly defeat the Catholic Habsburgs before his death in battle in 1632. But in the 1610s, he was just a promising prince who unfortunately couldn't help solve Frederick's marriage problem. The most significant obstacle for many potential matches was religion, which was both the most important consideration and the most restrictive criterion. England, under King James I, could not accept another religious revolution or upheaval after the tumultuous 16th century, which had seen England swing from Catholicism under Henry V to Protestantism under Edward VI, back to violent Catholicism under Mary the Firmus, then to a moderate Anglicanism under Elizabeth I, and finally to James's own vision of Protestant monarchy. The English people and Parliament were weary of religious conflict and were determined that the crown remain Protestant. This meant that any bride considered for Frederick had to be Protestant beyond any possible doubt. She could not be a Catholic princess who might convert, as such conversions were always politically suspect and might be reversed. She could not come from a family with divided religious loyalties. She could not have been raised Catholic even if she had recently converted to Protestantism. She needed to come from a family with established multi-generational Protestant credentials, whose commitment to Reformed religion was unquestionable. This religious requirement was paramount, overriding nearly every other consideration including age, beauty, personality, or even political advantage. Eventually, after extensive negotiations conducted through diplomatic channels, English envoys and Frederick's advisors settled on what seemed an ideal match: Princess Elizabeth Stuart, the daughter of King James I of England and Scotland, and his queen, Anne of Denmark. Elizabeth was born on August 19, 1596, at Dunfermline Palace in Scotland, making her only 7 days older than Frederick himself. They were practically the same age, which was fortuitous since significant age differences could create problems in royal marriages. She had been named in honour of her father's cousin and predecessor on the English throne, the legendary Queen Elizabeth I of England, whose 45-year reign had established England as a major European power, defeated the Spanish Armada, overseen a flowering of English literature and culture, and secured Protestant succession. Young Elizabeth Stuart carried that great queen's mystique, Protestant credentials, and the hopes of a Protestant Europe that saw in her a potential champion of reformed religion. The match offered tremendous and multifaceted advantages for Protestant interest across Europe. King James ruled over the combined kingdoms of England and Scotland, which he had inherited when Elizabeth I died childless in 1603. As James VI of Scotland, he had ruled that northern kingdom since infancy. As James I of England, he had brought Scotland and England into a personal union under one crown, though the kingdoms retained separate parliaments and administrations. This made James one of the most powerful Protestant monarchs in Europe, ruling over kingdoms with significant military potential and growing commercial wealth. An alliance with England would give the Protestant Union access to English money, always important in an age when wars were fought by expensive mercenary armies that needed regular pay. It might bring English military support, Though James was notoriously reluctant to commit English troops to continental conflicts, it would enhance Frederick's international prestige enormously. To marry the daughter of the English and Scottish king was to move into the first rank of European royalty. Moreover, it would create a symbolic Protestant alliance that would inspire Reformed Christians across Europe and worry Catholic powers. Elizabeth's lineage connected Frederick not just to the English and Scottish crowns, but to a wider network of European royalty. Through her father, she descended from the Tudor dynasty that had ruled England through its transformation from Catholic to Protestant. Through her mother Anne of Denmark, she was connected to Scandinavian royal houses. Through various ancestral lines, she could claim kinship with royal houses across Europe. These genealogical connections mattered enormously in an age when dynastic legitimacy and noble blood determined who could credibly claim thrones. However, not everyone in Frederick's family circle was immediately enthusiastic about the match. Frederick's own mother, Countess Louise Juliana of Nassau, initially opposed the marriage for reasons that are not entirely clear from surviving historical records. She may have felt that her son could make an even more advantageous match with a genuine reigning queen or with the heiress to a larger kingdom. She may have had personal reservations about the English court or about King James's character. She may have worried that tying the Palatinate too closely to England would limit diplomatic flexibility or anger other Protestant powers. Some historians have suggested that Louise Juliana's opposition may have had to do with English politics. King James had a reputation for favouring handsome young male courtiers and for profligate spending that strained English finances. James's relationship with his Queen Anne was notoriously cool, and rumours circulated about James's friendships with his male favourites. A mother might well worry about sending her son into close alliance with such a court, especially when the moral climate mattered so much to Protestant sensibilities. Despite his mother's reservations, Frederick found powerful voices urging him to accept the English match. His uncles, the Duke of Bouillon and Prince Maurice of Orange-Nassau, strongly advocated for the marriage. They pointed out strategic considerations that went beyond immediate politics. They noted that the Kingdom of Bohemia might soon need a Protestant king, since the current aging emperor and Bohemian king had no direct heirs, and religious tensions in Bohemia were rising. If Frederick were to marry Elizabeth and then potentially gain the Bohemian crown, he would hold the electoral Palatinate plus electoral Bohemia, giving Protestant interests 2 of the 7 electoral votes that chose the Holy Roman Emperor. Moreover, he would do so with the backing of England, with English money and potentially English troops, with control of 2 electoral votes, and with the prestige of Bohemian kingship. Frederick might be able to fundamentally alter the balance of power in the empire. He might even, some dared to dream, become a Protestant Holy Roman Emperor, breaking the Habsburg monopoly on the imperial crown. These were heady possibilities that must have been intoxicating to imagine for Protestant leaders who had spent decades on the defensive, watching Catholic powers steadily encroach on Protestant territories and freedoms. The marriage to Elizabeth Stuart suddenly appeared not just as a good alliance, but as a potential key to Protestant security and even supremacy in Central Europe. With such stakes, overcoming Louise Juliana's objections seemed a small price to pay. Frederick travelled to England in October of 1612 to meet his prospective bride and to formalise the marriage negotiations. The journey itself was a significant diplomatic event, with Frederick travelling with an appropriate entourage of servants, advisors and courtiers. He crossed the English Channel and arrived at the English court at a time when preparations for the wedding were already beginning. King James had decided to proceed with the match and had started planning what would become one of the most elaborate and expensive royal weddings of the era. When Frederick and Elizabeth met for the first time at the English court, something remarkable happened that was noted by contemporary observers and recorded in letters and reports. They actually liked each other. In an age when royal marriages were entirely arranged for political purposes, with brides and grooms often meeting for the first time at their wedding ceremony, or just days before, with personal compatibility considered utterly irrelevant compared to reasons of state, the mutual attraction between Frederick and Elizabeth was unusual, fortunate, and heartening to everyone involved. Contemporary observers, diplomats, and courtiers who witnessed the young couple's interactions noted repeatedly how Frederick seemed to delight in nothing but her company and conversation. He sought her out at court gatherings. He seemed genuinely interested in what she had to say. He smiled when she entered a room. These were not the behaviors of a prince dutifully accepting a political arrangement, but of a young man experiencing genuine attraction and affection. For a royal marriage, this was a delightful bonus that no one had expected, but everyone welcomed. The prince found Elizabeth charming, intelligent, witty, and beautiful. She had been educated far beyond what was typical for women of her era, a reflection of her parents' relatively progressive views on female education, though her father still refused to teach her Latin, which he considered dangerous knowledge for women. She was fluent in multiple languages: English, French, Italian, and some Spanish. She was skilled in music, playing instruments and singing well. She danced beautifully, an important social skill. She had been trained in courtly manners and deportment from earliest childhood. Moreover, Elizabeth possessed the wit, vivacity, and charisma that had marked the reign of her namesake, Queen Elizabeth I. She could hold intelligent conversations about politics, religion, literature, and current affairs. She had opinions and wasn't afraid to express them, though always within the bounds of proper feminine decorum for the age. She was interested in the world beyond her immediate circumstances. She had the confidence that came from being raised as a king's daughter, knowing from birth that she was destined for a significant role in European politics. Frederick also struck up a warm friendship with Elizabeth's elder brother, Prince Henry, the Prince of Wales, and heir to the English and Scottish thrones. Henry was everything a Renaissance prince should be: athletic, learned, pious, handsome, and charismatic. He excelled at riding, fencing, and all martial exercises. He patronized the arts and collected paintings and sculptures. He was genuinely interested in Protestant theology and committed to Reformed religion. The prospect of Frederick marrying his sister and becoming his brother-in-law delighted Henry immensely, and the friendship between the two young men seemed to promise a strong Protestant alliance between England and the Palatinate for decades to come. Tragically, Prince Henry's bright promise would never be fulfilled. Just weeks after Frederick arrived in England, Prince Henry fell suddenly ill with what was probably typhoid fever, though contemporaries sometimes suspected poisoning by Catholic agents. Despite the frantic efforts of physicians, Henry died on November 6, 1612, at age 18. His death plunged England into mourning and left the throne to pass eventually to Henry's younger brother Charles, who would prove a far more problematic and ultimately catastrophic monarch. Henry's death deeply affected both Frederick and Elizabeth. For Elizabeth, who had been especially close to her eldest brother, the loss was devastating. They had grown up together, and Henry had been a protective and loving older brother. His death removed one of her primary family connections and sources of emotional support. For Frederick, it meant the loss of a friend, and the loss of the strong Protestant ally Henry would have been when he became king. The future King Charles I would prove far less supportive of Protestant causes in Germany and far more inclined to compromise with Catholic powers. Nevertheless, despite the shadow cast by Prince Henry's death, the engagement proceeded. King James did not take into consideration the couple's happiness or personal preferences in his final decision to approve the match. That would have been highly unusual for the time. But he saw the marriage as one step in a larger process of achieving domestic and European concord. James envisioned the marriage creating stronger ties between England and Protestant Germany, reducing tensions across Europe, and perhaps eventually leading to a comprehensive peace settlement that would resolve religious conflicts through negotiation rather than war. The formal betrothal took place in January of 1613, with both families agreeing to the terms. These terms included financial arrangements, the dowry Elizabeth would bring, the marriage settlement securing her financial position, provisions for any children of the marriage. They included diplomatic commitments, promises of cooperation, mutual support, and coordination of policies. They established Elizabeth's future status as Princess Electress and potential queen if Frederick gained additional crowns. The betrothal was legally binding and could only be dissolved under extraordinary circumstances. The wedding was set for St. Valentine's Day, the 14th of February, 1613. This romantic date was deliberately chosen to add a touch of sentiment and love to what was primarily a political arrangement. Valentine's Day had been associated with courtly love and romance since medieval times, and choosing this date suggested, correctly as it turned out, that this might be a love match as well as a state marriage. The date allowed time for elaborate preparations and for dignitaries from across Protestant Europe to travel to London for the ceremonies. King James, despite his often precarious finances and frequent complaints about insufficient funds, spared little expense to honour his daughter and cement this important alliance. The English treasury was nearly bankrupted by the cost of the celebrations, but James considered it a worthy investment. The wedding would showcase English wealth and power to European observers. It would demonstrate England's commitment to Protestant interests. It would be a moment of national celebration after the sombre mourning for Prince Henry. On Valentine's Day, the 14th of February, 1613, the Chapel Royal at the Palace of Whitehall in London became the stage for one of the most magnificent and politically significant weddings of the early 17th century. The chapel, though not enormous by the standards of great European cathedrals, was beautifully proportioned and richly decorated for the occasion. Tapestries depicting biblical scenes hung along the walls. Fresh flowers, despite the February cold, adorned every available surface, a luxury that demonstrated King James's willingness to spare no expense. Candles by the hundreds illuminated the space with warm, flickering light that glinted off gold thread in ceremonial robes and off the jewels worn by the assembled nobility. The guest list read like a directory of Protestant Europe's elite. English nobles filled the pews, dukes, earls, viscounts, barons, and baronets, all dressed in their finest court attire. Foreign ambassadors from the Dutch Republic, Denmark, Sweden, and various German Protestant states attended to demonstrate their support for this Protestant alliance. Scholars from Oxford and Cambridge universities were present. High-ranking clergy from the Church of England, including the Archbishop of Canterbury, participated in or witnessed the ceremony. Members of Parliament attended to show the kingdom's approval of this match. Frederick had been inducted into the Order of the Garter shortly before the ceremony in a separate event that was itself significant. The Order of the Garter, founded by King Edward III in the 14th century, was England's most prestigious chivalric order and one of the oldest orders of knighthood in Europe. Membership was strictly limited to the sovereign and 24 knights, making it extremely exclusive. By admitting Frederick to the order, King James was honouring him with England's highest chivalric dignity and binding him symbolically to the English crown through sacred knightly oaths. For the wedding ceremony itself, Frederick wore the order's heavy gold chain of office over his wedding garments. The chain, wrought by skilled goldsmiths, was a magnificent piece of craftsmanship featuring alternating gold links and enamelled medallions depicting the order's symbols. The garter itself, with its motto, Honi soit qui mal y pense, shame on him who thinks evil of it, Tudor roses, and other heraldic devices. The weight of the chain on his shoulders was a physical reminder of the honour and responsibility he now bore as a knight of England's premier order. Frederick's wedding clothes were magnificent, befitting a prince of the Holy Roman Empire. He wore a doublet of silk and velvet in rich colours, likely deep crimson or royal blue, decorated with gold embroidery and precious stones. His breeches matched the doublet, fitted close to the leg in the fashion of the time. Over these, he wore a long ceremonial cloak, lined with fur, probably ermine, the traditional fur of royalty, with its distinctive white colour and black-tipped tails. His shoes had silver buckles. At his side hung a ceremonial sword in a jewelled scabbard. His reddish-brown hair was cut in the style of the period, and he likely wore a tall hat with a feather plume for the procession into the chapel, though he would have removed it during the religious ceremony itself. Elizabeth's wedding gown was a masterpiece of early 17th century court fashion and represented months of work by seamstresses, embroiderers, and jewellers. The gown was made of heavy silk satin in white or pale cream. White was already becoming associated with bridal purity, though coloured wedding gowns were still common at this time. The fabric alone would have cost a small fortune, as fine silk was imported at great expense from Italy or the Ottoman Empire. The gown's bodice was tightly fitted, stiffened with whalebone stays to create the fashionable silhouette of the era. A rigid, elongated torso that emphasized a tiny waist. The bodice's front was decorated with elaborate embroidery in gold and silver thread, possibly depicting flowers, vines, or heraldic symbols. Pearls, Elizabeth's signature jewel, inherited from her namesake, were sewn into the embroidery in intricate patterns. The sleeves were separate pieces, attached to the bodice with ribbons or pins, allowing for maximum decorative effect. They were likely slashed or puffed, showing contrasting fabric underneath, and heavily embroidered to match the bodice. The skirt was enormous, supported by a farthingale, a structured undergarment that held the fabric away from the body in a bell or drum shape. This created the fashionable silhouette that made wealthy women appear to float as they walked, their feet hidden beneath yards and yards of fabric. The skirt's surface was as elaborately decorated as the bodice, with more embroidery, possibly with a contrasting overskirt opened in front to reveal an equally decorated underskirt. The gown's train extended several feet behind her, requiring attendants to carry it. Elizabeth's hair was dressed in the elaborate style of Jacobean court fashion. Her dark blonde hair was arranged with curls framing her face, and the bulk of it swept up or back, possibly over a padded form to create height. A coronet, a small crown appropriate to her rank as a king's daughter, sat atop her elaborate hairstyle. The coronet was gold, set with precious stones including diamonds, rubies, and sapphires. More jewels adorned her neck, wrists, and ears, likely pearls again, as they were her favourite and considered appropriate for young women. Around her shoulders, Elizabeth wore a cloak similar in magnificence to Frederick's, lined with fur and decorated with gold clasps. In her hands, she probably carried a small prayer book, bound in fine leather and decorated with gold tooling and jewelled clasps, both a practical item for following the ceremony and a fashion accessory that demonstrated her piety and learning. The wedding ceremony itself was conducted according to Protestant rites as established by the Church of England. a public and powerful affirmation of the religious alliance being forged. The ceremony followed the form prescribed in the Book of Common Prayer, which had replaced Catholic Latin rituals with English language services that emphasized preaching and scripture over elaborate ceremonial. This choice of Protestant ceremony was itself a statement. In Catholic countries, royal weddings were full of ritual, incense, elaborate vestments, and complex ceremonies. This Protestant wedding was comparatively simple, focused on scripture, prayer, and the exchange of vows. The Archbishop of Canterbury, or another high-ranking prelate, officiated, dressed in the relatively simple vestments that English Protestant bishops wore, white surplice and perhaps a cope, but nothing like the jeweled mitres and golden robes of Catholic bishops. The ceremony began with prayers and a sermon that likely emphasized the religious significance of the match and the role of Protestant princes in defending true religion. The sermon would have drawn parallels between Frederick and Elizabeth and biblical couples, perhaps comparing them to Isaac and Rebekah or other Old Testament pairs whose marriages advanced God's purposes. The exchange of vows came next, with Frederick and Elizabeth standing before the altar and speaking the traditional promises that bound them together for life. Frederick would have spoken his vows in English, demonstrating his preparation for this moment and his respect for Elizabeth's native tongue. I, Frederick, take thee, Elizabeth, to be my wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance. And thereto I plight thee my troth. Elizabeth would have responded with her own vows, promising to love, honour, and obey. The word obey was standard in marriage vows of the era, reflecting accepted gender hierarchies. I, Elizabeth, take thee, Frederick, to be my wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love, cherish, and to obey, till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance. And thereto I give thee my troth. Frederick then placed a ring on Elizabeth's finger, the wedding ring that symbolized their eternal bond. Wedding rings in this period were often elaborately decorated, engraved with inscriptions or mottos, sometimes featuring hands clasping or hearts joined. The ring Frederick gave Elizabeth was undoubtedly a magnificent piece, possibly featuring stones representing both families or engraved with a romantic motto in Latin or French. The ceremony concluded with prayers for the couple's happiness and fertility, blessings from the clergy, and probably the celebration of Holy Communion according to Protestant rites, using bread and wine, but understood as symbolic remembrance rather than the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation. The communion service would have been offered to the bride and groom first, then to important guests, emphasizing the religious community that this marriage was joining together. As the ceremony concluded, music filled the chapel, probably works by William Byrd, Thomas Tallis, or other English composers, performed by the Chapel Royal's excellent choir. The music was polyphonic and sophisticated, demonstrating English musical culture's high level of development. Organ music accompanied the choir, filling the space with glorious sound as Frederick and Elizabeth processed back down the aisle as husband and wife. The procession out of the chapel and through the palace was a magnificent spectacle. The newlyweds led the way, followed by their immediate family, King James, Queen Anne, Prince Charles, now heir to the throne after Henry's death, and Frederick's mother, if she had made the journey. Behind them came English nobles in order of precedence, a strict hierarchy that everyone at court knew intimately. Dukes preceded marquesses, who preceded earls, who preceded viscounts, who preceded barons, with each rank jealously guarding its privileges and precedence. Foreign ambassadors followed in their own hierarchy based on the importance of the kingdoms or states they represented. German princes and nobles who had travelled for the wedding took their places. Clergy, scholars, and other dignitaries brought up the rear. The entire procession, involving hundreds of people in magnificent dress, moved through the palace halls while courtiers and servants who couldn't fit in the chapel lined the walls to catch a glimpse of the bride and groom. The celebrations that followed the ceremony were extraordinary in their scale, expense, and cultural significance. King James had commissioned England's finest poets, playwrights, musicians, and artists to create entertainment befitting this Protestant alliance. The wedding festivities would continue for almost 2 months, with new spectacles, performances, and celebrations occurring almost daily. John Donne, one of the greatest English poets of the age, composed a magnificent epithalamion, a wedding poem, specifically for Frederick and Elizabeth, titled Epithalamion, or Marriage Song on the Lady Elizabeth, and Count Palatine being married on St. Valentine's Day. Donne's poem was a masterpiece of the form, combining classical learning, Christian symbolism, and contemporary political references. Epithalamia were a traditional poetic form going back to ancient Greece and Rome, celebrating marriage through elaborate metaphor and imagery. Donne's poem invoked mythological figures and biblical examples, praised the bride's beauty and virtue, complimented the groom's noble character and Protestant faith, and looked forward to their future children, who would continue the Protestant succession. The poem was performed at one of the wedding celebrations, probably by a skilled reader or singer, with the assembled company listening attentively to every classically informed reference and clever turn of phrase. For educated members of the court, understanding and appreciating such learned poetry was an important marker of cultural sophistication. The celebrations included elaborate theatrical performances called masques, a distinctive English art form that combined music, dance, elaborate costumes, spectacular stage effects, and allegorical storytelling. Masques were the most expensive and sophisticated form of court entertainment in Jacobean England, and several were specifically commissioned for Frederick and Elizabeth's wedding. Francis Bacon, the great philosopher, statesman, and essayist who also served in King James's government, organized much of the entertainment. Bacon was known for his learning, his literary skill, and his ability to create memorable spectacles. He coordinated multiple masques and entertainments, ensuring that each one advanced appropriate themes and demonstrated English cultural achievement. One of the most famous masques performed was The Masque of the Inner Temple and Gray's Inn by Francis Beaumont, a skilled playwright who collaborated with John Fletcher on many plays. This masque was performed by members of 2 of London's Inns of Court, the associations of lawyers that served as both legal guilds and social clubs for England's legal profession. The Inner Temple and Gray's Inn were 2 of the 4 ancient inns, and their members considered performing in royal masques a great honour. The masque featured elaborate allegorical characters, personifications of virtues, classical gods and goddesses, nymphs, and heroes, all costumed magnificently in silk, velvet, and cloth of gold. The performers wore elaborate masks, hence the name masque, often depicting fantastical faces or symbolic designs. The staging involved painted scenery that could be changed during the performance through mechanical means, creating magical transformations that amazed audiences. Stage machinery allowed characters to descend from above as if flying, or to rise from below as if emerging from the underworld. Music accompanied every scene, performed by skilled musicians playing viols, lutes, virginals, a keyboard instrument, recorders, sackbuts, early trombones, and other period instruments. Songs were interspersed with the action, their lyrics often containing political or religious messages disguised as mythological or pastoral themes. The performers included not just the lawyer members of the inns, but also professional musicians and dancers hired for the occasion. Another significant masque was The Memorable Masque of the Middle Temple and Lincoln's Inn by George Chapman, a poet and playwright best known for his translations of Homer's epics. Chapman's masque was performed by members of the other two Inns of Court and featured its own elaborate costumes, scenery, music, and allegorical action. The competition between the inns to present the most impressive masque was part of the festive atmosphere. These masques were performed in various halls of the Palace of Whitehall, with the most important probably taking place in the banqueting house. The banqueting house was a magnificent hall, featuring a raised stage at one end and galleries along the sides, where musicians could be positioned. The hall was illuminated by hundreds of candles in chandeliers and sconces, creating a magical atmosphere of flickering light and shadow that enhanced the spectacular effects on stage. The costs of these theatrical productions were enormous. A single masque might cost hundreds or even thousands of pounds, vast sums when a skilled craftsman earned perhaps £20 per year. The costumes alone represented major investments, with cloth of gold, silk, velvet, lace, and jewels sewn into every garment. The scenery required skilled painters and carpenters. The machinery demanded the expertise of engineers and stagehands. Rehearsals took weeks. Yet King James considered these expenses worthwhile to honour his daughter and to demonstrate English cultural sophistication to visiting European dignitaries. Beyond the masques, the celebrations included elaborate banquets featuring dozens of courses prepared by the palace's extensive kitchens. These feasts were not mere meals, but gastronomic spectacles designed to overwhelm guests with abundance and variety. The banquets began with subtleties, elaborate sugar sculptures depicting castles, ships, mythological scenes, or heraldic devices. These purely decorative pieces demonstrated the skill of confectioners and the wealth of the host willing to commission such expensive displays. The actual meal included multiple courses of meat dishes, roasted swans, peacocks, venison, beef, mutton, pork, and game birds, each prepared with elaborate sauces and garnishes. Fish courses included elaborate preparations of sturgeon, salmon, pike, and other species, both freshwater and marine. The Catholic tradition of fasting from meat on certain days had been abolished in Protestant England, but fish remained prestigious foods that demonstrated refinement. Vegetable dishes, though considered somewhat inferior to meat by aristocratic standards, appeared in sophisticated preparations. Pies and pastries, both savoury and sweet, showcased the skills of pastry cooks. Elaborate desserts included marchpane, marzipan sculptures, fruit preserves, imported delicacies like dates and figs, and various confections made with expensive sugar, which was still somewhat rare and costly. Wine flowed freely, both imported French and German wines, and English ales and beers. The service of wine followed elaborate rituals involving cupbearers who tasted each vessel before serving it to important guests, a tradition meant to prevent poisoning. Toasts were drunk to the health of the bride and groom, to the prosperity of Protestant Europe, to the confusion of Catholic plots, and to peace and concord among Christian princes. The seating arrangements at these banquets reflected and reinforced social hierarchies. The bride and groom sat at the high table on a raised dais, positioned under a canopy of state that marked their elevated status. King James and Queen Anne sat with them, along with the most important foreign ambassadors and English nobles. Other tables extended down the hall, with seating carefully arranged by rank. Anyone placed below their proper precedence would consider it a serious insult. Entertainment continued between courses. Musicians performed, singers sang, poets recited verses composed for the occasion, and sometimes performers enacted short dramatic pieces or comedic interludes. The banquets could last for many hours, extending late into the night, with guests expected to remain throughout to honor the hosts and the occasion. Dancing followed the feasts, with the elaborate court dances of the period being both entertainment and social ritual. The dances were complex, with specific steps and patterns that had to be learned and practiced. The most important dances included the pavane, a slow, stately processional dance, the galliard, a more energetic dance featuring leaps and kicks, and the coranto, a running dance with intricate footwork. Frederick and Elizabeth, as the guests of honor, would have opened the dancing by performing together while the entire court watched and applauded. Their ability to dance well together was seen as a good omen for their marriage. If they moved in harmony on the dance floor, they might govern in harmony as well. After the bride and groom performed, other couples joined in according to their rank, with the most important nobles dancing next, and gradually including more and more dancers until the entire hall was filled with moving couples. The dancing served multiple social functions beyond mere entertainment. It allowed young courtiers to demonstrate grace and physical prowess. It provided opportunities for conversation and flirtation within the bounds of propriety. It displayed wealth through expensive dance costumes and jewels. It reinforced social hierarchies through careful attention to precedence and proper partners. And it created a communal celebration that bound together the Protestant alliance that the marriage represented. For almost 2 months after the wedding, Frederick and Elizabeth remained in England, celebrated and feted by English nobility throughout this extended period. They were not simply staying in one place, but rather made a progress through various noble estates and important cities. These progresses were traditional ways for royalty to show themselves to their subjects, to reward noble families with royal visits, and to strengthen bonds of loyalty and affection. At each stop along their progress, local nobles and city officials organized elaborate receptions. Speeches of welcome were delivered in Latin or English, praising the couple and expressing loyalty to the Protestant cause. Gifts were presented, perhaps locally made goods, works of art, or symbolic objects. Entertainment was provided according to local resources and traditions. Church bells rang to announce the couple's arrival and departure. Common people lined the streets to catch glimpses of the famously attractive couple, calling out blessings and good wishes. They processed through London to the cheers of crowds, who saw in the young couple a Protestant champion and his beautiful bride. Londoners had a long tradition of supporting Protestant causes and viewing Catholic powers with suspicion. They had celebrated Elizabeth I's defeat of the Spanish Armada with bonfires and feasts. They had watched with satisfaction as Catholic plots were uncovered and foiled. Now they saw Princess Elizabeth, named for their beloved late queen, married to a German Protestant prince who would defend Reformed religion. The enthusiasm was genuine and widespread. The people affectionately called Elizabeth the Pearl of Britain, a nickname that emphasized both her beauty and her value to the nation. The comparison to pearls was particularly apt. Pearls were considered the most appropriate jewels for young women, symbolizing purity and innocence. Elizabeth had famously loved pearls and often appeared wearing ropes and ropes of them. Young Elizabeth Stuart, by being called the Pearl of Britain, was being compared favorably to her great namesake. Pamphlets and broadsheets, the mass media of the early modern period, circulated widely in London and throughout England, celebrating the marriage and proclaiming its significance. These printed materials included poems praising the couple, descriptions of the wedding ceremonies, reports on the festivities, and political commentary on what the alliance might mean for Protestant Europe. Many pamphlets explicitly stated that Elizabeth had inherited the name and virtues, the majesty and generosity of our immortal Queen Elizabeth. The comparison to Elizabeth I was deliberate and politically charged. The late Queen had been dead for only 10 years, and her memory was still vivid and powerful in English consciousness. She had ruled for 45 years, providing stability after the religious turmoil of earlier decades. She had defeated Spain's mighty armada, establishing England as a major European power. She had patronized Shakespeare, Marlowe, Spencer, and other literary giants, making the late Elizabethan era a golden age of English culture. She had remained unmarried, the Virgin Queen, dedicating herself to her people rather than to her husband. Now here was another Elizabeth, young and full of promise, married to a Protestant champion who might defend the faith as ably as Elizabeth I had done. The comparison suggested continuity with that glorious past and hope for a glorious future. It also placed immense expectations on young Elizabeth Stuart's shoulders. She was expected to be as wise, as strong, and as committed to Protestant interests as her famous namesake. Whether any human being could live up to such comparisons was questionable, but for the moment, the parallel thrilled Protestant England. The wedding and its celebrations nearly bankrupted the English treasury, despite King James's generally careful attention to royal finances. The costs mounted far beyond initial estimates. The ceremonies, the masks, the costumes, the banquets, the gifts to visiting dignitaries, the progress through England, and the maintenance of the extended festivities all required enormous expenditures. The total cost may have reached tens of thousands of pounds, a staggering sum when England's entire annual royal revenue was measured in hundreds of thousands. King James would later complain bitterly about the expense and about Parliament's reluctance to vote him additional funds to compensate for the costs of his daughter's wedding. But at the time, he seems to have considered the investment worthwhile. The wedding showcased England's wealth and cultural sophistication to European observers. It demonstrated England's commitment to Protestant interests and its willingness to support Protestant allies. It created bonds of affection between England and the Palatinate that might translate into military and financial support when needed. And it gave the English people a moment of genuine joy and national pride after the sadness of Prince Henry's death. Finally, in late April of 1613, as spring flowers bloomed across England and the weather improved for travel, it was time for the newlyweds to depart for their new home in Germany. On April 25, 1613, Frederick and Elizabeth, along with a large retinue of servants, ladies-in-waiting, advisors, and household staff, boarded the ship Prince Royal at Margate on England's southeastern coast. The Prince Royal was one of the finest ships in the English Navy, a magnificent three-masted vessel that had been prepared specially for this important voyage. The ship itself was a symbol of English naval power and craftsmanship. Built just a few years earlier, it featured elaborate decorations including carved and gilded woodwork depicting mythological scenes and royal heraldry. The stern was particularly ornate, covered with intricate carvings and displaying England's royal arms. Inside, cabins had been fitted out to provide as much comfort as possible for the royal passengers, with cushions, hangings and furniture brought aboard to make the voyage more pleasant. The crossing to Flushing in Holland, the portion of the Netherlands known as Zeeland, would take anywhere from several hours to several days, depending on wind and weather. Channel crossings were always uncertain in the age of sail, when ships depended entirely on wind power and had to navigate strong tides and changeable weather. Fortunately, late April offered generally favourable sailing conditions, and the crossing appears to have proceeded without serious incident. Elizabeth's feelings as England disappeared behind her must have been complex and poignant. She was 16 years old, leaving the country of her birth, leaving her parents and remaining family, leaving the familiar world of the English court. She was sailing toward an unknown life in a foreign land, where people spoke a different language and followed different customs. She would be expected to adapt to German court culture, to learn the German language, to manage an electoral household, and eventually to produce heirs to continue the Palatine succession. The weight of these expectations must have been daunting. Yet she also had reasons for confidence and excitement. She was genuinely attracted to her new husband, which was far more than most royal brides could say. She was embarking on an adventure that would take her to the heart of European politics and religion. She carried with her the best wishes of Protestant England and the knowledge that she represented a crucial alliance. She was young, healthy, intelligent, and well prepared for her role, and she had the resilience and inner strength that she would need to face the triumphs and tragedies that lay ahead. From Flushing, the party travelled overland to The Hague, the principal city of Holland, and the seat of government for the United Provinces of the Dutch Republic. This visit honoured family connections and reinforced the Protestant alliance between the Palatinate, England, and the Netherlands that was so crucial to Protestant security in a hostile world. The Hague would later become very important to Frederick and Elizabeth's story, but in the spring of 1613, it was simply a stop on their journey home. At The Hague, they were received by Frederick's uncle, Maurice of Nassau, Prince of Orange, who served as Stadtholder of Holland and several other Dutch provinces. Maurice was one of the most accomplished military commanders of the age, having developed innovative tactical formations and training methods that revolutionized early modern warfare. He had led Dutch forces to numerous victories against Spain in the long war for Dutch independence. He was also Frederick's mother's half-brother, making him an important family connection. Maurice organized celebrations and receptions to honor the newlyweds and to cement the political alliance that their marriage represented. Dutch officials gave speeches praising Protestant cooperation. The States General, the Dutch Parliament, received Frederick and Elizabeth officially. Military reviews displayed Dutch armed strength, and presumably, Maurice shared his military expertise with his young nephew, advice that Frederick would unfortunately not be able to apply effectively when his own military crisis came. After several days, or perhaps a week, in The Hague, enjoying Dutch hospitality and strengthening family and political ties, Frederick and Elizabeth departed for Germany on May 5, 1613. They travelled through the Dutch countryside in spring, passing through prosperous towns and fertile farmland, crossing rivers on bridges or by ferry, staying at inns or noble houses along the way. The journey from The Hague to Heidelberg would have taken at least a week and possibly two, depending on road conditions, weather, the size of their entourage, and how many stops they made. The party travelled with dozens of wagons carrying Elizabeth's trousseau, the clothes, jewels, household goods, and personal items she had brought from England. More wagons carried wedding gifts from English nobles and from King James. Servants, ladies-in-waiting, guards, cooks, grooms for the horses, and various household staff travelled with them. The procession would have stretched quite a distance along the roads, marking its passage through the countryside and through towns with fanfare and spectacle. Finally, they arrived at Heidelberg, the capital of the Lower Palatinate, which would be their primary residence and the seat of Frederick's government. The city welcomed its new Princess Electress with celebrations, displays of loyalty, speeches of welcome, and ringing church bells. Elizabeth entered the gates of Heidelberg as the wife of one of the 7 electors of the Holy Roman Empire, second lady of the Palatinate after Frederick's mother. and potentially the mother of future electors. She had left England as a princess. She arrived in Germany as a princess electress with real political significance and authority. The transition must have been overwhelming. Everything was different. The language, German instead of English. The culture, German court culture, was both similar to and different from English court culture. The climate, somewhat more continental than maritime England. The food, German cuisine with its own traditions and flavors. The architecture, German half-timbered buildings and medieval castles. The religious practices, Calvinist rather than Anglican, though both were Protestant. And countless small details of daily life that would have reminded Elizabeth constantly that she was now in a foreign land. Heidelberg, in 1613, was one of the most beautiful and culturally significant cities in the German-speaking world, and it would be Elizabeth's home for the next 6 years, years that would prove to be the happiest and most secure of her entire life. The city's setting was spectacular, nestled in the valley of the Neckar River, where it emerges from the forested hills of the Odenwald. Steep, tree-covered slopes rose on both sides of the river valley, providing protection from winds and creating a microclimate that was surprisingly mild for central Germany. The city itself was divided into 2 main parts, the old town clustered along the riverbank, and the castle dominating the hillside about 300 feet above. The old town had grown up organically over centuries, its streets following medieval patterns that wound and twisted in ways that defied rational planning, but created charming vistas at every turn. Half-timbered houses with their distinctive exposed wooden beams and white-plastered walls lined these narrow streets. The houses were tall and narrow, maximizing the use of expensive land within the city walls, with the upper stories often overhanging the streets. The old town included the marketplace, where farmers from surrounding villages brought produce and livestock to sell. Guild halls housed the various craft organizations, weavers, dyers, metalworkers, masons, butchers, bakers, and dozens of other trades that made urban life possible. Churches served the spiritual needs of the population, though these were now Protestant churches stripped of their former Catholic decorations and reorganized according to Reformed principles. The university occupied several buildings scattered through the old town, including lecture halls, student lodgings, and the homes of professors. The old bridge across the Neckar River was one of Heidelberg's most distinctive features and would remain so for centuries, eventually becoming one of the most photographed spots in Germany. The stone bridge, with its multiple arches spanning the broad river, connected the old town to the villages and farmland on the far bank. At the bridge's southern end, 2 towers served as gates controlling access to the city and demonstrating civic pride through their size and decorative elements. But the truly magnificent feature of Heidelberg was the castle that loomed over the town from its commanding position on the hillside. The castle was not a single building, but rather a vast complex of structures built over several centuries, all enclosed within massive defensive walls that had once made it nearly impregnable. Different parts of the castle reflected different architectural periods. Late medieval fortifications with massive walls and narrow windows coexisted with elegant Renaissance palaces featuring large windows, sculptural decoration, and harmonious proportions. The oldest parts of the castle dated from the Middle Ages, when it had been primarily a fortress designed to withstand siege and attack. Thick stone walls, narrow windows that could serve as arrow slits, massive gates with portcullises, and strategic towers all reflected the military requirements of medieval castle architecture. These older sections were somber and imposing, built for defense rather than comfort or beauty. Later additions constructed during the 16th century as the Renaissance style spread north from Italy, were far more gracious and habitable. These Renaissance wings featured elegant facades with classical columns, pediments, and sculptural decoration. Large windows brought light into spacious rooms. Carved stone ornaments depicted mythological scenes, allegories, and the heraldic emblems of the Palatine electors. These newer sections demonstrated that the castle was not just a fortress, but a palace suitable for refined courtly life. The Friedrichsbau, or Frederick's Building, was one of the grandest sections. Its facade was decorated with statues of Palatine ancestors in niches, creating a visual genealogy that proclaimed the family's ancient lineage and legitimacy. The Ottoinrichsbau, named after Elector Otto Heinrich, who built it in the mid-16th century, was a masterpiece of German Renaissance architecture, with its elaborate facade covered in sculpted figures, ornamental details, and symbolic imagery drawn from classical mythology and Christian tradition. Inside the castle, hundreds of rooms served various functions. State apartments housed the electoral family and their most important guests. Audience chambers allowed the elector to receive visitors, hear petitions, and conduct government business. Banqueting halls hosted elaborate feasts for noble visitors and important occasions. Private chambers provided relative privacy for the family, though privacy, in the early modern period, was different from modern notions. Even in private rooms, nobles were surrounded by servants, attendants, and courtiers. Libraries contained valuable books and manuscripts, making the castle a center of learning. Chapels allowed for Protestant worship according to Calvinist rites. The castle's most famous feature was its wine cellar, which contained an enormous wooden cask called the Heidelberg Tun. This massive barrel, rebuilt several times over the centuries with each version larger than the last, could hold over 50,000 gallons of wine, enough to fill nearly 400,000 modern wine bottles. The Tun was not just a practical storage container, but also a symbol of Palatine wealth and power, a demonstration that the elector commanded resources on a scale that awed visitors. The wine stored in the Tun was consumed at court banquets, given as gifts to important visitors, and used to reward loyal servants and officials. When Elizabeth arrived in May 1613, Frederick immediately began planning how to make his bride feel welcome and comfortable in her new home. He was conscious that she had left everything familiar behind, and that he needed to help her adapt to German life. He commissioned additions and renovations to the castle, including a wing that became known as the English Wing, in Elizabeth's honor. This section was furnished and decorated according to English tastes as much as possible, providing Elizabeth with a space that felt more familiar and comfortable. But Frederick's most spectacular gift to Elizabeth, the project that would occupy years and cost enormous sums, was the creation of one of the wonders of early modern Europe, the Hortus Palatinus, the Palatinate gardens. These gardens, commissioned from the brilliant French engineer and architect Salomon de Course, were designed to be a paradise on earth, a recreation of the Garden of Eden, suitable for a princess electress who deserved only the best. Salomon de Course was one of the leading garden designers and hydraulic engineers of his time. He had studied mathematics, architecture, and the emerging science of hydraulics, the principles governing water movement and pressure. He had worked in Italy, learning about the spectacular gardens of Italian Renaissance villas with their elaborate fountains, water features, and mechanical wonders. He had worked in England, designing gardens for English nobles and perhaps working on projects at some of the royal palaces. Now he brought all his knowledge and creativity to bear on creating something truly extraordinary for Frederick and Elizabeth. The site chosen for the gardens was the steep hillside below the castle, a challenging location that required enormous engineering skill to transform into terraced gardens. The hillside slope meant that the gardens would descend level by level, with each terrace offering different views, different plantings, and different features. Massive retaining walls had to be built to hold each terrace, creating flat areas where gardens could be planted. Staircases connected the levels, allowing visitors to stroll from one terrace to another, while enjoying constantly changing vistas. The overall design was geometric and formal, reflecting Renaissance and early Baroque aesthetics that emphasized order, symmetry, and human control over nature. The gardens were laid out in parterres, elaborate geometric patterns created with low hedges of boxwood or other plants that could be trimmed into precise shapes. These parterres might be filled with colored stones, flowers, or simply maintained as grass to create contrasting colors and shapes visible from the castle windows above. Water was central to the garden's design and required tremendous engineering sophistication. Water had to be brought from sources higher in the hills through pipes or channels, then distributed throughout the terraced gardens to supply dozens of fountains, water features, and irrigation systems. The hydraulic engineering required to maintain water pressure at different elevations, to create fountain jets that rose to impressive heights, and to power various mechanical devices demonstrated cutting-edge scientific and technical knowledge. The fountains were not simple waterspouts, but elaborate architectural and sculptural compositions. Classical figures, gods and goddesses from Greek and Roman mythology, formed centerpieces. Neptune with his trident presided over water, suggesting the elector's power extended even over the aquatic realm. Venus and Cupid represented love and beauty, appropriate for gardens created as a gift of marital devotion. Hercules performing his labors symbolized strength and virtue overcoming challenges. Each fountain told a story through its sculptural program, and water animated these stone figures, creating movement and sound. Some fountains included mechanical tricks and surprises that delighted visitors. Water might suddenly spray from unexpected places, catching unwary viewers. Musical fountains used water power to operate pipes and valves, creating melodious sounds. Automata, mechanical figures powered by water, might move, gesture, or perform actions that seemed almost alive. These wonders demonstrated not just wealth, but also learning and engagement with the latest scientific and technical developments. Grottos, artificial caves, were built into retaining walls or hillsides, offering cool retreats from summer heat and creating spaces for contemplation. The grotto's interiors were decorated with shells, crystals, and rock formations arranged in fantastic patterns. Some contained fountains or pools. Others featured more automata or mechanical surprises. The dim, cool atmosphere inside a grotto, with water trickling from hidden sources, created an otherworldly experience, a kind of underworld realm that contrasted with the bright sunlight of the terraced gardens. An orangery, a building designed to protect citrus trees during winter, allowed the cultivation of exotic plants that could not survive German winters outdoors. Orange, lemon, and lime trees, native to Mediterranean climates, could be grown in large pots or planters that were moved into the orangery's protection when cold weather arrived. During summer, these potted trees were moved out into the gardens, bringing exotic fragrance and the promise of distant lands to the German landscape. Having citrus trees was a status symbol, demonstrating wealth, sophisticated taste, and connections to the warmer south. The gardens also included a menagerie for exotic animals, satisfying Elizabeth's well-documented fondness for unusual pets. Historical records from her childhood in England show expenses for maintaining monkeys and parrots, and Frederick ensured that she could continue indulging this interest in Heidelberg. The menagerie might have included not just monkeys and birds, but potentially peacocks, whose spectacular tail feathers delighted nobles, deer or other game animals kept for hunting, and possibly more exotic creatures obtained through trade networks that reached to Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Frederick also had built for Elizabeth a dedicated monkey house and a small zoo within the castle grounds. Elizabeth had developed a particular fondness for monkeys, and the monkey house allowed her to keep several of these animals in appropriate conditions. Accounts mention her spending time with her pets, watching their antics, and perhaps even having them as companions in her private apartments. For modern sensibilities, keeping wild animals as pets seems questionable, but for early modern Europeans, exotic animals were curiosities, wonders, and status symbols that demonstrated worldliness and wealth. The creation of the Hortus Palatinus took years and consumed enormous financial resources. Hundreds or thousands of workers labored on the project, stonemasons building the retaining walls, gardeners planting and maintaining the plantings, hydraulic engineers installing the water systems, sculptors creating the fountains and decorative elements, and craftsmen of every description contributing their skills. The costs mounted into tens of thousands of gulden, a staggering sum that could have maintained a small army for a campaign season. Contemporary observers called the Hortus Palatinus the eighth wonder of the world, placing it alongside ancient wonders like the pyramids of Egypt and the Colossus of Rhodes. This was extraordinary praise, and while it may have been somewhat exaggerated by the enthusiasm of Protestant visitors who wanted to praise Protestant achievements, it reflected the garden's genuine magnificence and the impression they made on everyone who saw them. The gardens demonstrated that Protestant princes could patronize art and culture as magnificently as Catholic kings, that Reformed religion did not mean cultural poverty or aesthetic barrenness. For Elizabeth, the gardens were tangible proof of Frederick's love and devotion. He had literally transformed a hillside into paradise for her pleasure. Every fountain, every grotto, every planted flower was a gift that told her she was valued and cherished. Walking through the gardens must have provided her with joy, relaxation, and a sense of connection to her husband, who had created this wonder for her. In later years, when everything else had been lost, the memory of those happy days walking through the Hortus Palatinus must have been bittersweet, a reminder of what they had once possessed and what had been taken away. The early years of Frederick and Elizabeth's marriage, from 1613 through 1618, were remarkably happy, especially considering that theirs had been an arranged marriage of state, unlike many arranged royal marriages that remained cold and distant, with spouses living largely separate lives and seeking emotional fulfillment elsewhere. Frederick and Elizabeth's marriage blossomed into genuine love and affection. They delighted in each other's company, shared intellectual interests, and were devoted to one another in ways that impressed contemporary observers. Their correspondence during periods when duty separated them reveals the depth of their mutual affection. Frederick's letters address Elizabeth with terms of endearment that go well beyond the formal politeness expected in royal correspondence. He calls her his only heart, a phrase that suggests she was the center of his emotional life. He writes that he kisses her mouth 1,000,000 times in imagination. When they are apart, a surprisingly intimate confession for the generally reserved Frederick to commit to paper. Elizabeth's letters in return demonstrate matching affection. She addresses Frederick with loving nicknames, confides her feelings and fears, and makes clear that she misses him intensely when they are separated. The couple wrote to each other with remarkable frequency when apart, sometimes 3 or 4 times per week, and occasionally even twice in a single day, when circumstances permitted such rapid correspondence. This level of communication suggests not just diplomatic necessity, but genuine emotional connection and a desire to share their daily experiences with each other. They settled into complementary roles as Elector and Electress Palatine, ruling over their territories with reasonable competence and building a family that would secure the succession. Frederick handled the traditional masculine spheres, military affairs, diplomatic relations with other princes, management of the territory's finances and administration, correspondence with Protestant allies, and strategic planning for Protestant interests across the empire. He met with foreign ambassadors, presided over his council of advisors, reviewed troops, and made the decisions that shaped Palatine policy. Elizabeth's responsibilities centered on the traditional feminine domains of court life and household management, but these were far from trivial or unimportant. She managed the enormous electoral household, which included hundreds of servants, courtiers, ladies-in-waiting, cooks, stable hands, gardeners, and countless others who made court life possible. She supervised the elaborate etiquette and protocol that governed court interactions. She hosted visiting nobles and their wives, providing entertainment and building relationships that reinforced political alliances. She served as Frederick's partner at official events, lending grace and charm to diplomatic occasions. Most importantly, Elizabeth was expected to produce heirs, sons who could inherit the electoral dignity, and daughters who could be married to create further alliances. Aristocratic women's primary duty was ensuring dynastic continuity, and fertility was considered one of a wife's most important attributes. Elizabeth fulfilled this expectation remarkably well, bearing 13 children over the course of 19 years, an extraordinary number that demonstrated both her fertility and the frequency of her pregnancies. Their first child arrived just 11 months after their wedding, demonstrating that the marriage had been successfully consummated and that Elizabeth was fertile. Always important concerns in royal marriages where the succession depended on producing heirs. Frederick Henry was born in January 1614 at Heidelberg Castle, a healthy baby boy who secured the immediate succession. The birth of a son, as the first child, was considered particularly fortunate, as it meant there was a male heir. Even if subsequent children did not survive, infant mortality being tragically high in the early modern period. A second son, Charles Louis, followed in December 1615, providing the essential heir and spare that dynasties needed for security. If anything happened to Frederick Henry, Charles Louis could inherit. The couple could relax slightly, knowing that the electoral line was secured for another generation. Charles Louis would eventually prove to be the most important of their children for Palatine history, but no one could have foreseen that in 1615, when he was simply the second son. A daughter, Elizabeth, was born in December 1618, named after her mother and carrying forward the family name. Daughters were valued somewhat less than sons in aristocratic families, since daughters could not inherit electoral dignities or rule territories in their own right, with rare exceptions. However, daughters were still important for creating marriage alliances. A well-placed daughter could be married to a foreign prince, creating diplomatic ties and producing grandchildren who might inherit other territories or titles. The couple seemed blessed with fertility and good fortune in these early years. Their family was growing. Their territories were prosperous and well managed. Their court was cultured and intellectually vibrant. They had each other's love and companionship. The future seemed bright with possibility. They could not know that within just a few years, everything would collapse around them, that they would lose their crowns, their territories, their wealth, and eventually Frederick would die in exile at age 36, leaving Elizabeth to raise their children alone in poverty. but in the peaceful years from 1613 to 1618, such disasters seemed impossible to imagine. Life in Heidelberg during these years was pleasant, cultured, and intellectually stimulating. The electoral court attracted scholars, artists, and theologians drawn to Frederick's patronage and to the reputation of Heidelberg University as a leading centre of reformed Protestant learning. The court maintained its own musical establishment with skilled instrumentalists and singers who performed at religious services, court ceremonies, and entertainment. The couple's daily routine would have followed the rhythms typical of early modern aristocratic life, structured around mealtimes, religious observances, court business, and leisure activities. They rose early, as people did in an age without artificial lighting, when daily schedules followed the sun. Morning prayers would have been conducted in the castle chapel, with the entire household expected to attend. Prayers were in German rather than Latin, using reformed liturgy that emphasized scripture reading and sermons over ritual and ceremony. Breakfast was a relatively light meal, perhaps including bread, cheese, cold meats, and ale or watered wine. The main meal of the day was dinner, served around midday, which could be an elaborate affair with multiple courses if important guests were being entertained, or simpler if the family dined privately. Supper in the evening was somewhat lighter than dinner. Mealtimes were social occasions when the family, courtiers, and guests gathered. Conversation flowed, and political discussions might occur alongside gossip and entertainment. Between meals, Frederick attended to government business, reading correspondence, meeting with advisors, making decisions about territorial administration, planning military defences, considering requests and petitions from subjects. Elizabeth supervised her household, met with her ladies-in-waiting, did embroidery or other needlework, expected of aristocratic women regardless of rank, wrote letters to her family in England and to other European nobles, and spent time with her growing children. Leisure activities included riding through the forests around Heidelberg, hunting, a favourite aristocratic pastime, walking in the gardens, playing music, reading books from the castle's library, or engaging in conversation with the interesting scholars, theologians, and visitors who frequented the court. Elizabeth was interested in the arts and sciences. Despite having less formal education in Latin and classical languages than she would have liked, she worked to overcome this deficiency in her education by seeking instruction and by engaging with the intellectuals who visited the court. Frederick was interested in mystical religious ideas and believed strongly in divine providence, the theological concept that God directed all events according to his will and purposes. He read religious treatises, discussed theological questions with learned pastors and professors, and prayed regularly for guidance in his decisions. This religious devotion was typical of the age, but would have important consequences when he faced the decision about accepting the Bohemian crown. He would interpret that offer as a divine call that he could not refuse. Elizabeth brought English customs and culture to the German court, creating a kind of bicultural environment that blended English and German traditions. She maintained an active correspondence with her family in England, particularly with her father, King James, keeping alive the connection between the Palatinate and the English crown. These letters flowed back and forth regularly, carrying news, family updates, political information, and expressions of continued affection. The letters took weeks to travel between Heidelberg and London, carried by trusted messengers who rode or sailed as quickly as roads and weather permitted. She also worked to ensure that her children received excellent educations, determined that her daughters would learn Latin despite her own father's belief that teaching women Latin only made them more cunning. She hired tutors and governesses, supervised their curricula, and took personal interest in her children's progress. She insisted that her daughters learn not just domestic skills, but also languages, history, and other subjects that would equip them to be intelligent, cultured women, capable of holding their own in conversation with educated men. The court at Heidelberg was surprisingly cosmopolitan for a German princely capital. English courtiers who had accompanied Elizabeth from England maintained their connections to English culture and politics. French Huguenot refugees brought their language and culture. Dutch visitors brought news from the United Provinces. German nobles from various Protestant territories visited, bringing diverse perspectives and local traditions. Italian merchants and artisans brought goods and influences from the south. This mixing of cultures created a sophisticated, international atmosphere that was intellectually stimulating and culturally rich. The university remained a crucial part of Heidelberg's identity and importance. Professors taught theology, law, medicine, and philosophy to students who came from across Protestant Europe to study at this prestigious institution. The theology faculty was particularly distinguished, including scholars who were authorities on Reformed doctrine, biblical interpretation, and church history. Frederick patronized the university, attended lectures occasionally, engaged in theological discussions with professors, and ensured that the institution had sufficient funding to maintain its academic excellence. The university library contained thousands of precious books and manuscripts, making it one of the most important scholarly resources in Protestant Germany. The collection included biblical texts in original languages, works by the Church Fathers, medieval theological treatises, humanist scholarship, and contemporary religious and scientific works. Scholars travelled from distant places just to consult rare volumes in the Bibliotheca Palatina, and the library's reputation enhanced Heidelberg's prestige as a centre of learning. During these happy years, Frederick and Elizabeth could enjoy the pleasures of court life. Banquets, musical performances, theatrical productions, dancing, hunting, and the constant round of social interactions that filled aristocratic days. They could take satisfaction in their children's births and growth. They could take pride in their territory's prosperity and in the cultural and intellectual vitality of their capital. They were young, healthy, in love, and secure. Life was good. But meanwhile, beneath this peaceful surface, political and religious tensions across the Holy Roman Empire were steadily building toward crisis. The Peace of Augsburg's compromises were breaking down. Catholic and Protestant princes eyed each other with increasing suspicion. The Protestant Union and Catholic League maintained their armed alliances, ready for conflict. Habsburg ambitions to re-Catholicize Protestant territories and to consolidate imperial authority worried Protestant princes. And in Bohemia, religious tensions were approaching a breaking point that would soon shatter the peace and draw Frederick and Elizabeth into a catastrophe that would change their lives forever and reshape the map of Europe. While Frederick and Elizabeth enjoyed their peaceful years in Heidelberg, watching their children grow and delighting in the beauty of their gardens, political storm clouds were gathering over Bohemia, one of the most important and troubled kingdoms within the Holy Roman Empire. Bohemia was a kingdom with a long, complex history that made it fundamentally different from other Habsburg territories, and understanding what happened there in 1618 requires understanding this unique background. Bohemia occupied the western half of what is now the Czech Republic, a region of forests, mountains, and fertile river valleys in the heart of Central Europe. Prague, the kingdom's capital, was one of Europe's most beautiful and significant cities, with a population approaching 60,000 people, making it larger than most European capitals of the time. The city's architecture was spectacular, featuring Gothic churches with soaring spires, medieval bridges spanning the Vltava River, and an enormous castle complex that had been the seat of Bohemian kings and Holy Roman emperors for centuries. The kingdom had a long tradition of religious diversity and considerable independence from external control that made Bohemians fiercely protective of their rights and liberties. In the 15th century, Bohemia had been the centre of the Hussite movement, a proto-Protestant reform movement that preceded Martin Luther by a full century. Jan Hus, a Czech priest and rector of Prague's Charles University, had preached against corruption in the Catholic Church, advocated for scripture in vernacular languages rather than Latin, and called for communion in both bread and wine for lay people rather than reserving the cup for clergy alone. Hus had been burned at the stake as a heretic in 1415, but his followers, the Hussites, had taken up arms to defend their religious convictions. The Hussite wars of the 1420s and 1430s had raged across Bohemia and neighbouring territories, with Czech armies defeating several Catholic crusades sent to suppress them. Eventually, the Church had been forced to grant Bohemian Christians certain rights and privileges that anticipated later Protestant reforms. This history meant that Bohemians, unlike many other Catholics, had centuries of experience with religious pluralism and local control of church affairs. When the Protestant Reformation erupted in 1517 with Luther's challenge to Rome, many Bohemians embraced the new movement eagerly. They saw Luther as continuing and expanding Jan Hus's reform efforts. By the late 16th century, Bohemia's population was religiously diverse in ways that were unusual for the time. The majority were Protestant of various types, some following Luther's teachings, others embracing Calvinist ideas, still others maintaining Hussite traditions that predated both. A substantial minority remained Catholic, particularly among the higher nobility, who had benefited from Catholic patronage and who maintained connections to the Habsburg court. This religious diversity had been protected and formalized under Emperor Rudolf II, who ruled from 1576 to 1612. Rudolf was an unusual Habsburg, more interested in art, alchemy, and learning than in politics or religion. He had moved the imperial court from Vienna to Prague, making the city the de facto capital of the Holy Roman Empire for several decades. Under Rudolf's relatively tolerant rule, Prague became a center of learning, culture, and scientific inquiry, attracting scholars, artists, and intellectuals from across Europe. In 1609, under pressure from the Bohemian estates, the assembly of nobles, knights, and representatives from royal cities who shared power with the king, Rudolf issued a document called the Letter of Majesty. This charter granted extensive religious freedoms to Bohemian Protestants, guaranteeing their right to worship according to their consciences, to build churches, to control certain church properties, and to have a say in religious appointments. The Letter of Majesty essentially created a system of religious toleration that was extremely advanced for its time, far beyond anything existing in most European states. However, Rudolf's declining health and mental instability led to a succession crisis. In 1611, his younger brother Matthias, with support from the Bohemian estates, effectively forced Rudolf to abdicate and recognize Matthias as heir. When Rudolf died in 1612, Matthias became Holy Roman Emperor and King of Bohemia. Matthias was less tolerant than Rudolf had been, but he was also old, childless, and in poor health, so Bohemian Protestants hoped to maintain their rights by securing guarantees for the succession. The crisis came in 1617, when Matthias, knowing he was dying, prevailed upon the Bohemian estates to elect his cousin Ferdinand of Styria as heir to the Bohemian throne. This election was crucial because the Bohemian crown, unlike other hereditary monarchies, was technically elective. the estates had to formally choose each king, though in practice they usually confirmed the Habsburg candidate. By getting the estates to elect Ferdinand as heir during his lifetime, Matthias hoped to ensure a smooth succession and to prevent any challenge to Habsburg control of Bohemia. But Ferdinand was exactly the kind of monarch that Bohemian Protestants feared most. He had been educated by Jesuits, the Society of Jesus, the Catholic order that led counter-Reformation efforts across Europe. The Jesuits had trained Ferdinand to be a militant Catholic champion, utterly convinced that Protestantism was heresy that must be stamped out for the salvation of souls and the glory of God. Ferdinand had already demonstrated his methods in his own territories of Styria and Carinthia, where he had forcibly re-Catholicized the population, closing Protestant churches, expelling Protestant pastors, and giving people the choice to convert to Catholicism or leave their homes. Bohemian Protestants looked at Ferdinand's record in Styria and reasonably concluded that he would do the same in Bohemia if given the chance. They feared that he would overturn the Letter of Majesty, suppress Protestant worship, close their churches, confiscate their properties, and attempt to force the entire kingdom back into Catholic obedience. These fears were not paranoid fantasies. They were rational assessments based on Ferdinand's demonstrated policies and publicly stated beliefs. Tensions began rising almost immediately after Ferdinand's election. As heir in June 1617, Catholic officials appointed by Ferdinand began interfering with Protestant rights. In the town of Brumov, Catholics tore down a Protestant church that had been built under the protections of the Letter of Majesty. In another incident at Hrob, similar violations occurred. Each incident was relatively small in itself, but together they suggested a pattern of deliberate provocation designed to test how far Catholics could push. Without Protestant resistance, Protestant nobles protested these violations through official channels, sending petitions to Emperor Matthias and to Ferdinand requesting that the Letter of Majesty be honoured. The responses were evasive or hostile. Catholic officials claimed the Protestant churches had been built illegally. They argued that the Letter of Majesty didn't apply in these specific cases. They suggested that Protestants were making too much of minor administrative matters. The Protestant nobles understood this strategy. By eroding their rights gradually through small violations, Catholics hoped to eventually overturn the Letter of Majesty entirely without provoking open resistance. By the spring of 1618, Protestant leaders in Bohemia were planning some kind of dramatic gesture to demonstrate their determination to defend their rights. The exact form this resistance would take was probably not decided until the last moment, but the idea of some kind of confrontation was circulating among Protestant nobles, who held secret meetings to coordinate their response. On May 23, 1618, this building tension exploded into violence in an event that would become known as the Second Defenestration of Prague. Defenestration meaning throwing someone out of a window, from the Latin de, out of, and fenestra, window. The defenestration was a revival of an old Bohemian form of dramatic protest that had occurred once before in 1419, during the Hussite Wars. By choosing this particular method, Protestant leaders were consciously invoking Bohemian historical memory and positioning themselves as heirs to the Hussite tradition of defending religious liberty against foreign interference. The events unfolded in the morning at Prague Castle, the enormous complex of buildings that housed the royal government and administration. A group of Protestant nobles, perhaps numbering around 100 men, marched to the castle to confront the royal regents. The officials who governed Bohemia on behalf of the aging Emperor Matthias and his heir Ferdinand. The Protestant leaders had prepared a list of grievances and demands, but they also seemed to have been prepared for violent confrontation if their demands were not met. The regents present that morning were Jaroslav Božita of Martinez and Willem Slavata of Chlum, both Catholic nobles who had been appointed by Ferdinand and who were known for their hostility to Protestant interests. Also present was their secretary, Philip Fabricius. The Protestant delegation, led by counts including Heinrich Matthias von Thurn, a military leader who would play a major role in subsequent events, confronted the regents in the Chancellery building, a three-story structure within the castle complex. The confrontation quickly became heated. The Protestant nobles presented their grievances about violations of the Letter of Majesty. The regents defended the Catholic position and denied that any violations had occurred. Voices were raised. Accusations flew back and forth. The Protestant nobles accused the regents of betraying Bohemian liberties and of serving foreign Habsburg interests rather than the Bohemian kingdom's welfare. The regents accused the Protestants of rebellion and disloyalty to their lawfully elected king. At some point, accounts differ on exactly when and how the decision was made. The Protestant nobles determined that words were insufficient and that dramatic action was needed. They seized the two regents and their secretary, dragged them to a window of the Chancellery building, and despite their protests and pleas, threw all three men out of the window. The drop was approximately 70 feet to the ground below, a potentially fatal fall. Miraculously, all three men survived. They landed in a pile of refuse, dung, garbage, and decomposing organic matter that had accumulated below the window. The exact composition of this refuse heap became the subject of intense religious interpretation. Catholic sources later claimed that the regents landed on a carefully maintained dung heap that cushioned their fall, and they attributed the survival to divine intervention. Angels had supported the falling men and ensured they landed safely, a miracle that demonstrated God's protection of his faithful Catholic servants. Protestant sources told a different story, emphasizing the dung and garbage and suggesting that the regent's survival was simply fortunate rather than miraculous. Some Protestant pamphleteers even joked that the only miracle was that the regents managed to extricate themselves from the filth they had landed in. This disagreement about the miracle reflected the deep religious divisions. The same event was interpreted entirely differently depending on one's faith perspective. After landing, the regents and secretary were injured, but not seriously hurt. They managed to escape from the castle grounds and make their way to Catholic supporters, who helped them reach safety. Martinez and Slavata would later be hailed as martyrs for the Catholic cause, men who had suffered for their faith and loyalty to the Habsburgs. Their survival would be depicted in paintings, described in sermons, and celebrated as evidence of divine favor for the Catholic restoration. But in the immediate aftermath of the defenestration, what mattered most was not whether angels had been involved, but what the action signified politically. By throwing the imperial regents out of a window, Bohemian Protestant nobles had committed an act of open rebellion against Habsburg authority. This was not a petition or protest or appeal. This was violence directed at the representatives of the king. It was revolution. Within hours, the news spread through Prague. The Protestant estates met in emergency session and took control of the government, effectively deposing the regents and assuming authority themselves. They established a provisional government led by 30 directors chosen from among the Protestant nobility. They began organizing military forces to defend against the inevitable Habsburg counterattack. They sent messages to Protestant leaders across Europe, appealing for support and explaining that they had been forced to resist tyrannical attempts to suppress their religious liberties. The defenestration of Prague on May 23, 1618, is traditionally marked as the beginning of the 30 Years' War, though of course The participants couldn't have known that their actions would trigger a conflict lasting 3 decades and killing millions. They probably hoped for a quick resolution. Perhaps Ferdinand would agree to confirm the Letter of Majesty and respect Bohemian rights, or perhaps Protestant allies would intervene militarily and force a favourable settlement. The idea that their action would unleash the most destructive war Europe had yet seen must have been unimaginable. The news reached Heidelberg within days, or at most a week or two, carried by fast riders who changed horses at posting stations along the roads. Frederick and his advisers, particularly Christian of Anhalt, received detailed reports about what had happened, about the Bohemian estates' formation of a provisional government, and about their appeals for Protestant assistance. The question immediately arose: what role should the Palatinate and the Protestant Union play in this crisis? Christian of Anhalt had long been involved in Bohemian politics, maintaining contacts with Protestant nobles there and encouraging their resistance to Habsburg pressure. Some historians believe Anhalt may have even helped orchestrate the defenestration itself, though definitive proof is lacking, and Anhalt always denied direct involvement. Certainly, Anhalt saw the Bohemian crisis as the opportunity he had been waiting for, a chance to strike a decisive blow against Catholic Habsburg dominance and to fundamentally alter the balance of power in Central Europe. Throughout the summer and fall of 1618, the situation in Bohemia deteriorated toward civil war. Emperor Matthias, old and sick, was largely powerless to respond effectively. Ferdinand, as heir and the actual power behind Habsburg policy, began organizing military forces to crush the rebellion. He secured support from his cousin Philip III of Spain, who promised Spanish military assistance. He negotiated with Duke Maximilian of Bavaria and the Catholic League, offering territorial concessions in exchange for their armies. He portrayed the Bohemian rebellion as a test case. If rebels could successfully depose their lawfully elected king for religious reasons, no Catholic monarch would be safe. The Bohemian estates, meanwhile, tried desperately to organize effective resistance. They raised troops from among their own subjects, hiring mercenary officers to train and lead them. They fortified towns and castles. They appealed for help from Protestant powers, from the Protestant Union in Germany, from England, from the Dutch Republic, from Denmark. Some assistance arrived: money, weapons, a few volunteers, but not nearly enough for the massive military effort that would be needed to defeat the combined might of Spain, Austria, and Bavaria. In March 1619, Emperor Matthias finally died, having ruled ineffectively and accomplished little during his brief reign. Ferdinand immediately succeeded as Holy Roman Emperor. Though the formal imperial election wouldn't occur until August, Ferdinand also claimed the Bohemian throne as the previously elected heir, but Bohemian Protestant estates rejected this claim. They argued that Ferdinand had violated the Letter of Majesty and therefore forfeited any right to rule them. They declared they would elect a new king who would respect Bohemian liberties and Protestant rights. The rebellion spread beyond Bohemia proper to other territories of the Bohemian crown. Moravia, Silesia, and Lusatia all saw Protestant uprisings against Habsburg rule. The revolt also spread to Austria, where Protestant nobles rebelled against Ferdinand's authority. For a time in 1619, it appeared that Ferdinand might lose not just Bohemia, but his entire Austrian patrimony. Protestant forces achieved several military successes, and the rebellion gathered momentum. Frederick watched these developments from Heidelberg with growing anxiety mixed with excitement. The Bohemian crisis presented both enormous danger and extraordinary opportunity. If the Bohemians succeeded in choosing a Protestant king who could hold the throne against Ferdinand, Protestant interests would be dramatically strengthened. The new Bohemian king would be one of the 7 imperial electors, giving Protestants 2 electoral votes, the Palatinate and Bohemia. This might eventually allow the election of a Protestant Holy Roman Emperor, breaking the Habsburg monopoly that had lasted since 1438. But if the Bohemian Rebellion failed, the consequences would be catastrophic for Protestant interests everywhere. Ferdinand would take terrible revenge on the rebels, confiscating their properties, executing their leaders, and forcibly re-Catholicizing the kingdom. The example would terrify other Protestant nobles contemplating resistance to Catholic pressure. Habsburg power would be strengthened, and the Protestant cause across Europe would be dealt a severe blow. Throughout the summer and fall of 1619, Frederick found himself at the center of an increasingly insistent campaign to convince him to accept the Bohemian crown. The Bohemian Protestant estates, having firmly rejected Ferdinand as their king, needed a replacement candidate who met several crucial criteria. Their chosen king needed to be Protestant, obviously, to justify the religious basis of their rebellion. He needed to be a prince of significant status, capable of commanding respect from other European powers and from their own subjects. He needed to have resources, territories, money, and potential military allies that could help defend Bohemia against the inevitable Habsburg counterattack. Most importantly, the new king needed to be someone whose elevation would bring powerful allies to the Bohemian cause. This was the primary political calculation. Bohemia alone, even with Moravia, Silesia, and Lusatia, could not defeat the combined forces of Spain, Austria, and Bavaria. They needed allies, English money, Dutch military support, assistance from the Protestant Union, perhaps intervention by Denmark or Sweden. The choice of king was therefore not just about finding a suitable ruler, but about securing a strategic alliance that might tip the military balance in their favor. Frederick's name surfaced early and repeatedly in Bohemian discussions of potential candidates. As Elector Palatine and director of the Protestant Union, he was the most prominent Calvinist prince in the empire. He was young, vigorous, and known for his commitment to Protestant interests. His marriage to Elizabeth Stuart gave him direct connection to the English and Scottish crowns. Surely King James would support his son-in-law if Frederick became King of Bohemia. His family connections to the Dutch through his mother linked him to another major Protestant power. He had experience ruling territories and managing complex political situations. He seemed, on paper at least, an ideal candidate. Moreover, the Bohemian crown came with tremendous benefits beyond the kingdom itself. The King of Bohemia was automatically one of the 7 imperial electors who chose the Holy Roman Emperor. If Frederick held both the Palatine electorate and the Bohemian electorate, Protestant interests would control 2 of the 7 electoral votes, a significant shift in the balance of power. Combined with Protestant-leaning Saxony, Brandenburg, and possibly the Archbishop of Cologne, whose current occupant had converted to Protestantism, Protestants might eventually command a majority and elect a Protestant emperor. This possibility must have been intoxicating for Protestant strategists who had spent decades dreaming of such an outcome. Through the summer of 1619, Bohemian envoys visited Heidelberg for preliminary discussions. They sounded out Frederick's interest, presented arguments for why he should accept, and tried to assess what conditions he might require. Christian of Anhalt strongly advocated for accepting the crown, seeing this as the opportunity of a lifetime to strike at Habsburg power. Other advisors were more cautious, warning that accepting Bohemia might provoke a war that would cost Frederick his hereditary Palatine territories and possibly his life. Frederick himself was deeply conflicted. The decision was agonizing because both courses of action, accepting or rejecting the crown, carried enormous risks. If he accepted, he would be defying the most powerful dynasty in Europe the Habsburgs, who ruled Spain, Austria, and numerous other territories. He would be gambling his hereditary Palatine lands, risking the possibility that Catholic forces would invade and conquer his home territories while he was occupied defending Bohemia. He would be relying on allies whose commitment was uncertain. Would England really send troops and money? Would the Protestant Union fulfill its defensive obligations? Would the Dutch provide substantial military assistance? But if he rejected the crown, he might be missing the chance to fundamentally alter European politics in favour of Protestant interests. The Bohemians would have to find another candidate, possibly someone less capable or less committed. Protestant momentum might be lost. The rebellion might fail, leading to Catholic reconquest of Bohemia and a terrible example that would discourage other Protestant resistance. Frederick might be seen as having abandoned the Protestant cause at its moment of greatest need, damaging his reputation and weakening his leadership of the Protestant Union. Adding to the complexity was Frederick's father-in-law, King James III of England. James was deeply, vehemently opposed to Frederick accepting the Bohemian crown. James was a cautious man, a scholar king who preferred peace, diplomacy, and negotiation to war. He had no desire to see England dragged into a continental conflict over Bohemia. He had no quarrel with the Habsburgs, and was in fact hoping to arrange a marriage between his son Charles and a Spanish princess, which would be jeopardized by supporting a rebellion against Spain's Habsburg cousins. James sent letters to Frederick explicitly warning him against accepting the crown. He pointed out that the military situation was unfavorable, that promised support from Protestant allies was unreliable, that Ferdinand would never accept the loss of Bohemia without a fight, and that the adventure would likely end in disaster. James's opposition created a terrible dilemma for Frederick. If he accepted the crown despite his father-in-law's warnings, he would be defying one of his most important allies and potentially cutting himself off from English support. But if he rejected the crown because James opposed it, he would be allowing English foreign policy to dictate German Protestant strategy. Elizabeth's role in Frederick's decision-making has been the subject of considerable historical debate and speculation. Later enemies of Frederick and Elizabeth would claim that she pushed her husband to accept the crown out of materialistic ambition. There's a famous, probably fabricated, quote attributed to her: "I would rather eat sauerkraut with a king than roast meat with an elector." This quote suggests that Elizabeth valued status over prudence, that she would rather be a queen eating peasant food than a princess electress eating well. However, this quote was almost certainly invented by hostile Catholic pamphleteers after Frederick's defeat, as part of a propaganda campaign to discredit the couple. No contemporary source records Elizabeth saying any such thing, and it contradicts what we know of her character from her letters and from descriptions by people who knew her. Elizabeth was certainly intelligent and ambitious, and she may well have supported Frederick's acceptance of the crown, but probably for political and religious reasons, rather than mere status-seeking. In fact, Elizabeth's position was delicate and complex. Her father opposed acceptance, but her husband's advisors and the logic of Protestant politics seemed to favour it. As a wife, she was expected to support her husband's decisions while also maintaining filial piety toward her father. She could not openly contradict King James, but she could encourage Frederick to follow his conscience and his sense of religious duty. Her letters from this period show her to be thoughtful, concerned about the risks, but ultimately trusting in divine providence and in Frederick's judgment. The crucial factor in Frederick's ultimate decision appears to have been his deeply held religious convictions and his belief in divine providence. Frederick was not just a political calculation. He was a committed Calvinist who believed that God directed all events according to his eternal purposes. Calvinist theology taught that God had predestined certain people and certain causes for salvation and success. If the Bohemian estates were offering him their crown, was this not perhaps a sign of divine will? Was God calling him to defend Protestant interests in Bohemia at this crucial moment? Frederick prayed intensely about the decision, seeking divine guidance. He consulted with theologians and pastors about his religious obligations. He read scripture, searching for answers. The Calvinist doctrine of calling or vocation suggested that God called individuals to particular tasks, and that refusing such a call was sinning against God's purposes. If God was calling Frederick to become King of Bohemia, then rejecting the call would be failing in his most sacred duty, placing political prudence above religious obedience. This religious framework helps explain what might otherwise seem like an incomprehensible decision. From a purely strategic standpoint, accepting the Bohemian crown was extremely risky. The military odds were unfavorable. Key allies were uncertain or explicitly opposed, and the Habsburgs had enormous resources to bring to bear. A prudent political calculation might well have concluded that rejection was the wisest course. But Frederick doesn't seem to have approached the decision primarily as a political calculation. Instead, he approached it as a religious question. Was God calling him to this task? And through his prayers, his study of scripture, and his consultations with religious advisors, Frederick came to believe that the answer was yes. God was calling him to defend Protestant Bohemia. To refuse would be to fail in his duty to God. Therefore, despite all the risks and despite his father-in-law's opposition, Frederick would accept. In late September 1619, Frederick made his decision. He would accept the Bohemian crown. He informed the Bohemian envoys of his acceptance, and preparations began immediately for the family's journey to Prague. The decision was formalized when a delegation from the Bohemian estates arrived in Heidelberg on September 28th to formally offer Frederick the kingdom. In an elaborate ceremony, Frederick accepted their offer and agreed to the conditions they proposed, including a revised constitution that limited royal power and strengthened the estate's authority. The decision set in motion a chain of events that would transform Frederick and Elizabeth from secure, prosperous rulers of the Palatinate into the tragic figures history would remember as the Winter King and Winter Queen. But in September 1619, as preparations began for their journey to Prague, they probably felt excitement and hope rather than foreboding. They were about to become a king and queen. They would defend Protestant interests at a crucial moment. They would have the chance to reshape European politics. The future seemed full of possibility. The journey from Heidelberg to Prague in the autumn of 1619 was a monumental logistical undertaking that reflected both the seriousness of the occasion and the practical realities of moving a royal household across several hundred miles of early modern European countryside. Frederick and Elizabeth were not traveling alone or lightly. They were moving their entire court, or at least a substantial portion of it, to establish themselves in their new kingdom. The traveling party included Frederick and Elizabeth themselves, along with their 3 young children. Frederick Henry, the eldest, was now 5 years old. Charles Louis was 3 years old. Baby Elizabeth was only 9 months old, born in December of 1618. Traveling with such young children in the 17th century was always risky. Roads were rough, weather was unpredictable, and the journey would take several weeks. But leaving the children behind in Heidelberg was unthinkable. A royal family needed to present itself together, and the children represented the dynastic continuity that legitimized Frederick's claim to the throne. The party also included Elizabeth's ladies-in-waiting, noble-born women who served as her companions, assistants, and attendants. These ladies were not mere servants. but members of aristocratic families whose presence at court reflected political alliances and whose marriages would later create further diplomatic connections. They managed Elizabeth's wardrobe, helped with her toilette, accompanied her throughout the day, and provided companionship and conversation. Several had been with Elizabeth since England, or since her early days in Heidelberg, and their presence provided continuity and emotional support during this dramatic life change. Frederick brought his advisors and counselors, the men who helped him govern and who would help establish his administration in Bohemia. Christian of Anhalt was certainly among them, as the primary architect of this entire adventure. Other experienced administrators, lawyers, and politicians came to help set up a functioning royal government in Prague. Military officers came to assess Bohemia's defences and to help organise its armies. Protestant clergy came to minister to the court's spiritual needs and to help oversee religious affairs in the new kingdom. Servants of every description filled the travelling party: cooks, stable hands, maids, valets, pages, grooms, secretaries, and countless others who made courtly life possible. The household staff for a royal court in this period might number in the hundreds, each person with specific duties and areas of responsibility. They brought with them the tools, equipment, and supplies needed for their work: cooking implements, table linens, cleaning supplies, writing materials, and innumerable other items. The scale of the baggage train was extraordinary. 800 cavalrymen provided protection and ceremonial escort, while 153 wagons carried the household's possessions. These wagons were loaded with furniture, as the new king and queen would need to furnish their apartments in Prague Castle. Trunks contained clothing and personal items, including Elizabeth's extensive wardrobe with its expensive gowns, jewels, and accessories. Chests held important documents, financial records, political correspondence, treaties, and legal papers that Frederick needed for governing. Religious items included Protestant Bibles, prayer books, and possibly plate and furnishings for establishing Protestant worship in Prague's churches. Valuables and treasures came too: gold and silver plate for formal dining, jewelry, cash and letters of credit, family heirlooms, and gifts intended for important Bohemian nobles. Works of art might have been included, as well as books from Frederick's library. Everything needed to establish a royal court had to be transported from Heidelberg to Prague, making this move comparable to a modern household move, but on a royal scale. The procession moved slowly through the autumn landscape, covering perhaps 20 to 30 miles per day, depending on road conditions and weather. The party travelled through German territories, probably following the most direct route that passed through Franconia, then Saxony, and finally into Bohemia. At major towns along the way, local nobles and officials organised receptions, providing food and lodging for the royal party, and offering speeches of welcome and support. The journey would have taken between 2 and 3 weeks, allowing time for rest days when travelling was suspended to give everyone a break from the constant motion. Nights were spent at castles, monasteries, or the best inns available in larger towns. The accommodations varied in quality, but effort was always made to provide suitable lodgings for royalty, the best rooms, clean linens, proper meals, and whatever luxuries could be mustered. The autumn weather added uncertainty. Cold rains could turn roads into muddy quagmires that slowed travel to a crawl. Early snow was possible in the mountains. Fog could make travel dangerous. But autumn also brought beautiful scenery as forests turned gold and red, and harvest festivals in villages they passed through provided cheerful celebrations that momentarily lifted spirits. As the procession entered Bohemian territory, the welcome became more elaborate. Bohemian nobles, who had been eagerly awaiting their new king, rode out to greet him. military units formed honor guards. Towns along the route organized celebrations with church bells ringing, banners flying, and crowds gathering to catch glimpses of the couple who would save them from Habsburg tyranny, or so Protestant Bohemians hoped. On October 31st, 1619, Frederick and Elizabeth finally arrived in Prague. The city welcomed them with tremendous celebrations organized by the Protestant estates. Church bells rang throughout the city, filling the air with joyous pealing. Banners displaying Frederick's coat of arms and the Bohemian lion hung from buildings. Crowds lined the streets, cheering and calling out blessings. Speeches of welcome praised Frederick as a champion of Protestant liberty and Elizabeth as a queen worthy of Bohemia's historic throne. The procession made its way through Prague's streets toward the castle complex that dominated the city's skyline. Prague Castle was enormous, one of the largest ancient castles in the world, covering nearly 18 acres on a hill overlooking the city. The complex included multiple palaces, churches, fortifications, administrative buildings, gardens and courtyards, all enclosed within defensive walls. It had been the seat of Bohemian kings since the 9th century and had also served as the residence of Holy Roman emperors during the period when Prague was the imperial capital. St. Vitus Cathedral, the castle's centerpiece, was a Gothic masterpiece with soaring spires, flying buttresses, and magnificent stained glass windows. The cathedral had been under construction for centuries. Begun in the 14th century, it would not be completed until the 20th century, but its unfinished state did nothing to diminish its majesty and spiritual power. This cathedral would be the site of Frederick's coronation, giving that ceremony the religious authority and historical resonance needed to legitimize his claim to the throne. The royal apartments in the castle were prepared for Frederick and Elizabeth's occupation. These rooms would become their home for the next year, though they could not have imagined how brief their stay would be. The apartments featured high ceilings with decorative painting, large windows overlooking the city and river, elaborate furniture brought from Heidelberg and acquired locally, and all the furnishings needed for royal living. 4 days after their arrival, on November 4th, 1619, Frederick was crowned King of Bohemia in St. Vitus Cathedral. The coronation ceremony was an elaborate affair designed to demonstrate continuity with Bohemian tradition, while also marking the break with Habsburg rule. The ritual followed forms that had been used for Bohemian coronations for centuries, giving Frederick's kingship the legitimacy that came from traditional ceremony. Frederick wore coronation robes of crimson silk and ermine, the colors and furs of royalty that marked him as a king rather than merely an elector. The robes were heavy and uncomfortable, but symbolically essential. They transformed Frederick visually from German prince into Bohemian king. He processed through the cathedral flanked by the highest-ranking Bohemian nobles, who served as witnesses to his elevation and as guarantors of his authority. The coronation oath was central to the ceremony. Frederick had to swear to uphold Bohemian laws, privileges, and liberties, to defend the kingdom against its enemies, to maintain justice and peace, and to respect the rights of the estates. This oath bound him to the constitutional traditions that limited royal power in Bohemia, making him a constitutional monarch rather than an absolute ruler. The estates wanted to ensure that their new king understood he ruled with their consent and was bound by law, not as a tyrant who could impose his will arbitrarily. The crown itself was the crown of St. Wenceslas, one of the oldest and most significant royal crowns in Europe. Made in the 14th century for King Charles IV, who had also been Holy Roman Emperor, the crown featured gold adorned with precious stones, sapphires, emeralds, rubies, and pearls set in intricate patterns. The crown's religious associations were powerful. Saint Wenceslas was Bohemia's patron saint, a 10th century duke and martyr whose memory remained central to Czech national identity. Wearing Wenceslas's crown connected Frederick to Bohemian history, stretching back 7 centuries. When the officiating clergyman placed the crown on Frederick's head, he became Frederick III, King of Bohemia. The congregation witnessing the ceremony, Bohemian nobles, foreign ambassadors, Protestant clergy, and important officials, recognized him as their lawful king, elected according to Bohemian constitutional tradition. Frederick also received the other regalia of kingship: the scepter representing royal authority, the orb representing the world over which the king held dominion, and the sword of state representing the king's duty to defend his realm and administer justice. The ceremony included Protestant prayers and sermons that emphasized God's providence in bringing Frederick to the throne, and that called on him to defend true religion against Catholic error. Protestant hymns were sung by the congregation and by cathedral choirs. Scripture was read proclaiming God's blessing on righteous kings who upheld his law. The entire ceremony reinforced the message that Frederick's kingship was not just politically legitimate, but religiously ordained. God himself had called Frederick to rule Bohemia and defend its Protestant population. Elizabeth's coronation as Queen of Bohemia followed 3 days later, on November 7th, 1619. This separate ceremony honored Elizabeth specifically and gave her the title and status of queen, rather than merely making her the king's consort. Elizabeth wore her own coronation robes and received her own crown, scepter, and orb. She took an oath as queen to support her husband's rule and to uphold Bohemian traditions. The ceremony recognized her dignity as a queen in her own right, descended from royal lines through both parents. At 23 years old, Elizabeth Stuart had now worn 3 crowns. Metaphorically speaking, she had been a Scottish princess by birth, an English princess by her father's succession to the English throne, and now she was Queen of Bohemia by her husband's election. Her mother Anne's long-held wish to see her daughter crowned had been fulfilled, though tragically, Anne had died earlier in 1619 and would never know of Elizabeth's elevation to queenship. Just 1 month after the coronations, on December 17th, 1619, Elizabeth gave birth to their 4th child in Prague Castle. They named him Rupert, after Rupert, King of Germany, a famous Wittelsbach ancestor from the 14th century. This baby, born in the heart of their new kingdom, while snow likely fell on Prague's Gothic spires and Christmas celebrations prepared, seemed a good omen for the future. The royal family was growing. A new heir had been born in the kingdom itself, and the future seemed secure. Little Prince Rupert, later known as Prince Rupert of the Rhine, would become one of the most colourful, famous, and accomplished figures of the 17th century. He would be a brilliant cavalry commander in the English Civil War, terrorizing parliamentarian forces with his dashing charges and tactical innovations. He would be a scientist and inventor, a founding member of the Royal Society, and an innovator in metallurgy and engraving techniques. He would be an admiral of the English fleet, fighting the Dutch in naval battles. He would lead a privateering expedition to the Caribbean. His life would be filled with adventure, danger, triumph, and tragedy. But in December 1619, he was simply a newborn prince, a symbol of hope for his parents' new kingdom. The royal family settled into their new life with optimism and determination, ready to rule Bohemia and to defend Protestant interests against the Habsburg counterattack they knew must be coming. Frederick threw himself into the work of kingship with tremendous energy and determination throughout the winter of 1619 to 1620. He understood that his position was precarious, that enemies were gathering their forces against him, and that he had a limited window of time to establish his authority secure his kingdom's defences, and build the alliances that might save Bohemia from Habsburg reconquest. Every day counted, and Frederick worked tirelessly to accomplish the enormous tasks before him. One of his first priorities was to travel throughout his new territories to introduce himself to his subjects and to secure their loyalty through personal contact. In the dead of winter, when travel was most difficult and uncomfortable, Frederick embarked on a series of journeys through the various provinces that made up the Bohemian crown lands. These territories included not just Bohemia proper, but also Moravia to the southeast, Silesia to the northeast, and Lusatia to the north, a collection of distinct regions with their own traditions, privileges, and political structures. In each province, Frederick met with the local estates, the assemblies of nobles, knights, clergy, and sometimes representatives from royal cities who shared power with the king and who jealously guarded their traditional rights and privileges. These meetings required careful diplomacy and political skill. Frederick needed to convince these provincial estates to support him militarily and financially, to contribute troops and money for the coming war, and to accept his authority even though he was a foreigner who spoke no Czech and had little understanding of local traditions. The provincial estates drove hard bargains. They had elected Frederick partly to increase their own power relative to the crown, and they intended to use this moment of crisis to extract maximum concessions. They insisted on confirmations of their ancient privileges. They demanded that Frederick appoint locals to important administrative positions rather than bringing in German advisors from the Palatinate. They wanted guarantees that their religious rights would be protected, and since different provinces had different religious compositions, this meant Frederick had to navigate complex sectarian politics. In Moravia, the estates were predominantly Protestant, but included a significant Catholic minority among the nobility. Frederick had to reassure Protestants that he would defend their faith, while also trying to avoid completely alienating Catholics whose cooperation he might need. In Silesia, Lutheran Protestants were far more numerous than Calvinists, and they viewed Frederick's Calvinist beliefs with some suspicion. Frederick had to convince them that he would respect Lutheran practices and not try to impose Calvinist reforms, even though his own theological convictions leaned toward the Reformed tradition. Throughout these winter journeys, Frederick was working against several handicaps. First, he couldn't speak Czech, the language of most of his Bohemian subjects. All his communications had to go through translators, which slowed negotiations and created opportunities for misunderstanding. Second, he was culturally German rather than Czech, and many Bohemians resented being ruled by a foreigner, even a Protestant foreigner they had chosen themselves. There was a long history of tension between German-speaking and Czech-speaking populations in Bohemia, and Frederick's German identity marked him as an outsider. Third, Frederick lacked the enormous personal wealth that effective kingship required. Ruling in the early modern period was expensive. Kings were expected to maintain elaborate courts, to reward loyal servants with gifts and offices, to fund government administration, to support churches and religious institutions, and above all, to pay for armies. Frederick's revenues from his Palatine territories were modest compared to Habsburg resources, and Bohemian tax revenues were both limited and slow to collect. The estates were reluctant to vote new taxes, arguing that Frederick should govern within existing revenues. This financial squeeze created a vicious cycle. Frederick needed money to hire and pay soldiers to defend Bohemia against the coming Habsburg attack, but he couldn't extract sufficient taxes from the estates without first demonstrating his ability to defend the kingdom. And he couldn't demonstrate military strength without money to pay soldiers. Mercenary soldiers, who made up the bulk of early modern armies, were notoriously fickle. They fought effectively when regularly paid, but they mutinied, deserted, or even switch sides when pay was late or insufficient. Frederick's chief military commander was Christian of Anhalt, the same advisor who had pushed him to accept the crown in the first place. Anhalt was experienced in military affairs and had good theoretical understanding of strategy, but he lacked the resources and time to create an effective fighting force. The Bohemian estate's own forces were poorly trained and equipped. Mercenary units that Anhalt hired were of variable quality. The army lacked unified command structure, adequate artillery, sufficient cavalry, and the logistical systems that professional armies required. Moreover, Frederick's hoped for allies were proving disappointing. The Protestant Union, which Frederick had nominally led as Elector Palatine, proved reluctant to commit forces to Bohemia's defense. Many Lutheran members of the Union distrusted Frederick's Calvinist faith and worried that supporting him would provoke Catholic retaliation against their own territories. The Union's treaty obligations were ambiguous. Did they apply when the member had voluntarily accepted a foreign crown and thus provoked the conflict, rather than being attacked in his hereditary territories? England, Frederick's greatest hoped-for ally through his marriage to Elizabeth, provided almost no help. King James I, Elizabeth's father, was furious that Frederick had defied his explicit warnings against accepting the Bohemian crown. James sent a token force of a few thousand English volunteers to help defend the Lower Palatinate itself, Frederick's hereditary territories in Germany, but provided no assistance for Bohemia. James maintained his pursuit of a Spanish marriage for his son Charles, which required staying on good terms with the Habsburgs. Frederick's gamble that English family ties would overcome James's cautious foreign policy had failed completely. The Dutch Republic provided more substantial assistance, but still not enough to change the strategic situation. The Dutch sent money, weapons, and several thousand professional soldiers under experienced officers. These Dutch troops were valuable. They were well-trained veterans of decades of warfare against Spain, and they brought professional standards and tactical knowledge that Bohemian forces lacked. But several thousand Dutch soldiers could not offset the massive armies that Spain, Austria, and Bavaria were assembling against Bohemia. Frederick's one significant ally was Gabriel Bethlen, Prince of Transylvania, a Calvinist Hungarian nobleman who ruled the semi-independent Principality of Transylvania in what is now Romania. Bethlen had his own reasons for opposing the Habsburgs. He wanted to expand his influence in Hungary and resented Habsburg domination of Hungarian affairs. In October 1619, Bethlen had invaded Habsburg Hungary with a powerful force of 35,000 light cavalry, mostly Hungarian and Transylvanian horsemen, who were superb raiders and skirmishers. Bethlen's invasion created enormous strategic pressure on Ferdinand by threatening Vienna itself, the Habsburg capital. If Bethlen and the Bohemian forces under Count Thurn could coordinate their operations and advance on Vienna simultaneously from different directions, they might actually capture the city and strike a decisive blow against Habsburg power. For a brief moment in late 1619, this seemed possible. Bethlen approached Vienna from the east, while Thurn's Bohemian army approached from the north. Vienna was weakly defended, and its fall might have completely changed the course of the war. But at the crucial moment, the opportunity slipped away. Bethlen received reports, probably exaggerated or fabricated by Habsburg agents, that Polish Cossacks had invaded Upper Hungary and that Catholic nobles in Transylvania were preparing to rebel against him, while he was absent with his army. Whether these threats were real or imaginary, they had the desired effect. Bethlen withdrew his forces from Vienna and returned to Transylvania to secure his base, and the chance to capture Vienna was lost. Count Thurn's Bohemian army, lacking Bethlen's support and unable to besiege Vienna alone, also had to withdraw. The winter of 1619 to 1620 passed with neither side able to strike a decisive blow. Ferdinand used the time to gather his forces, to secure his alliances with Spain and Bavaria, and to prepare for a spring offensive that would crush the Bohemian rebellion and restore Habsburg authority. Life in Prague during this tense winter had moments of normalcy mixed with growing anxiety. Frederick and Elizabeth maintained a royal court with all the ceremonies, entertainments, and social rituals expected of monarchy. They hosted banquets for Bohemian nobles, trying to build personal relationships and loyalty. They attended Protestant church services in Czech and German, demonstrating their commitment to defending Protestant faith. They received foreign ambassadors and visitors, projecting confidence and stability even as military preparations consumed enormous energy and resources. Elizabeth was pregnant again during this time, carrying the child who would be born in December 1619 as Prince Rupert. Pregnancy in the 17th century was always dangerous. Maternal mortality rates were high, and giving birth in the uncertain circumstances of newly won kingship must have added to her anxieties. Yet Elizabeth maintained her public duties, appearing at court functions, hosting the wives of Bohemian nobles, and presenting the image of a confident, gracious queen. The couple's older children, Frederick Henry, now 5, Charles Louis III, and baby Elizabeth, just 1 year old, were kept in the royal nursery under the care of governesses and servants. Royal children in this era spent relatively little time with their parents compared to modern expectations. They had their own apartments, their own staff, their own routines of education and play. Frederick and Elizabeth would visit their children, receive reports on their health and development, and make decisions about their education. But day-to-day care was delegated to professional staff. Prague itself was a beautiful but somber city during that winter. The population was divided between those who enthusiastically supported Frederick as a Protestant champion and those who quietly sympathized with the old order and who worried about the consequences of rebellion. Some Catholic nobles had left the city when Frederick arrived, joining Ferdinand's forces or retiring to their country estates to wait out the conflict. Others remained, carefully maintaining neutrality and hoping to survive regardless of which side ultimately won. The city's economy suffered from the uncertainty. Merchants worried about disrupted trade routes and the possibility of siege or battle. Craftsmen found fewer customers, as nobles hoarded money for the coming conflict. The estate's attempts to raise money through taxation met resistance from city councils worried about overburdening already struggling populations. Food prices rose as military requisitions competed with civilian needs, and as farmers hoarded grain in anticipation of future shortages. Religious tensions simmered beneath the surface. Protestant zealots wanted to purge Prague of all Catholic influence, closing Catholic churches and expelling Jesuit priests. Frederick, trying to maintain some social stability and hoping to win over moderate Catholics, resisted the most extreme anti-Catholic measures. This moderation disappointed some of his most fervent Protestant supporters, who accused him of being too soft on enemies of true religion. But Frederick understood that driving all Catholics into Ferdinand's camp would only make his military situation more difficult. Throughout the winter and spring of 1620, Frederick worked desperately to build the alliances and gather the resources that might save his kingdom. He wrote hundreds of letters to Protestant princes across Europe, appealing for support and arguing that Bohemia's fall would threaten Protestant interests everywhere. He negotiated with the Protestant Union, trying to convince them to fulfill their treaty obligations. He maintained correspondence with his father-in-law King James, hoping to change the English king's mind about providing assistance. He also tried to secure his base in the Palatinate, the territories that were his by hereditary right, and that provided his family's historical power and legitimacy. He appointed regents to govern the Palatinate in his absence, and sent instructions about fortifying key cities and castles. But the Palatinate's strategic location made it terribly vulnerable. It sat along the Rhine River, directly in the path of any Spanish army marching from the Spanish Netherlands toward Germany. If Spain decided to attack Frederick's hereditary lands while he was occupied defending Bohemia, there was little he could do to prevent it. By summer 1620, the military situation had deteriorated alarmingly. Emperor Ferdinand II had secured his alliance with Duke Maximilian I of Bavaria through the Treaty of Munich. In exchange for Bavarian military support, Ferdinand promised to transfer Frederick's electoral dignity to Maximilian after the war, an unprecedented constitutional violation, since electoral status was supposed to be hereditary and inviolable. Ferdinand also promised Maximilian territorial gains in the Upper Palatinate. These concessions demonstrated Ferdinand's determination to crush the rebellion whatever the cost. Maximilian commanded the forces of the Catholic League, including one of the finest armies in Europe under the brilliant General Johann Tserclaes, Count of Tilly. Tilly was a Flemish nobleman who had spent decades fighting in Spanish service in the Netherlands and who brought enormous military experience and tactical skill to his command. Under Maximilian and Tilly, the Catholic League assembled a formidable force of approximately 12,000 professional soldiers, experienced, well-equipped, properly paid, and expertly led. Spain also committed substantial forces to support Ferdinand. Spanish troops under General Ambrosio Spinola, a Genoese nobleman in Spanish service, invaded the Lower Palatinate from the Spanish Netherlands in August 1620. This strategic move threatened Frederick's home base and complicated any possibility of retreat. Spinola's army of approximately 25,000 Spanish soldiers, many of them veterans of the long war in the Netherlands, easily overwhelmed the weak defences of the Palatinate's western territories. The invasion of the Palatinate was catastrophic for Frederick. Not only did it deprive him of his hereditary territories and the revenues they generated, but it also cut him off from potential retreat routes and relief forces. If Bohemia fell, Frederick would have nowhere to go. His home territories were in enemy hands. The Spanish occupation also effectively neutralized the Protestant Union, since many Union members now faced Spanish armies on their borders and were terrified of provoking Spanish retaliation by supporting Frederick. On July 2, 1620, the Protestant Union signed the Treaty of Ulm with the Catholic League, agreeing to neutrality in the Bohemian conflict. This stunning betrayal meant that Frederick's Protestant allies were formally abandoning him to his fate. The Union members, facing overwhelming Catholic military superiority and calculating that Frederick's cause was lost, decided to save themselves by withdrawing from the conflict. Frederick was now almost completely isolated, with only the Bohemian Estates forces, some Dutch troops, and Bethleen's distant Transylvanian cavalry to face the combined might of Spain, Austria, and Bavaria. By early September 1620, the combined Catholic forces, the imperial army under Charles Bonaventure de Longueval, Count of Buquoy, and the Catholic League army under Tilly, had completed their preparations and began their advance into Bohemia. They crossed the border on September 20th, 1620, methodically advancing toward Prague, while brushing aside or bypassing weak Bohemian defensive positions. The professional Catholic soldiers, properly supplied and expertly commanded, moved with confidence toward their objective. Christian of Anhalt frantically tried to organize effective resistance, but he was hampered at every turn by lack of funds. Fractious Bohemian nobles who quarreled over strategy and refused to cooperate, and mercenaries who threatened to desert if their pay didn't arrive immediately. The Bohemian forces were outnumbered, outgunned, and outgeneraled. Anhalt's theoretical knowledge of military science proved insufficient when faced with Tilly's practical experience and professional army. As October turned toward November, the Catholic armies inexorably approached Prague. The capital prepared for siege, with citizens stocking food, reinforcing walls, and praying for deliverance that seemed increasingly unlikely. Frederick could see his kingdom slipping away after barely 1 year on the throne, and he must have agonized over whether he had made a terrible mistake in accepting the crown. But events were moving too quickly for second-guessing, and soon everything would be decided by a single afternoon's battle on a low hill west of Prague. By early November 1620, the military situation around Prague had become desperate for Frederick and the Bohemian Protestant cause. The combined Catholic armies under Tilly and Bucquoy had advanced methodically through Bohemia, encountering only scattered and ineffective resistance. They now approached the capital itself, and Christian of Anhalt, Frederick's military commander, had to make a crucial decision about where and whether to make a stand. Anhalt chose to position his forces on a low plateau called Bila Hora, in Czech, White Mountain in English, approximately 8 miles west of Prague. The name was somewhat misleading. This was not a true mountain, but rather a raised plain or large hill that rose perhaps 200 feet above the surrounding countryside. The plateau's relatively flat top provided some defensive advantages, offering clear fields of fire and forcing attackers to advance uphill. A small hunting lodge called the Star Summer Palace sat at one end of the plateau, providing a landmark and a potential strong point. Anhalt managed to assemble perhaps 15,000 men for this defensive position, though the exact numbers are disputed by historians and contemporary accounts vary considerably. Many of these troops were of questionable quality and loyalty. Some were Bohemian levies with minimal training and equipment. Others were mercenaries who hadn't been paid in months and who were already looking for opportunities to desert or switch sides. Only the Dutch professional soldiers and a few other experienced units could be counted on to fight effectively. The position itself was not as strong as Anhalt might have hoped. The slopes were gradual rather than steep, offering some defensive advantage, but not creating an insurmountable obstacle for attacking infantry. The plateau's top was exposed, offering no natural cover or fortifications. Anhalt lacked time to construct proper defensive works, trenches, earthworks, palisades, that might have strengthened the position. He had inadequate artillery, and what guns he had were poorly positioned and served by inexperienced crews. Facing Anhalt's improvised defensive position was a far more formidable force. The Catholic armies had combined into a single powerful host, numbering somewhere between 25 and 28,000 men, depending on which sources one trusts. More importantly than raw numbers, these were professional soldiers under experienced commanders who had fought together in previous campaigns and who had developed effective tactical cooperation. The Imperial Army, commanded by Count Bucquoy, included Austrian troops loyal to Ferdinand and various contingents from other Catholic territories. The Catholic League Army, commanded by Count Tilly, was a highly professional force built around Bavarian troops that Maximilian had been carefully training and equipping for years. These Bavarian soldiers were among the best in Europe, comparable to Spanish tercios in their effectiveness and discipline. Tilly himself was one of the era's outstanding military commanders. Now in his 60s, he had spent more than 40 years in military service. He had fought in Spanish campaigns in the Netherlands, learning from Spanish tactical innovations. He understood the capabilities of different troop types, pikemen, musketeers, cavalry, and how to combine them effectively. He knew how to maintain discipline and morale among mercenary soldiers who were always tempted to desert or mutiny. Most importantly, he knew how to win battles through superior tactics, positioning, and timing. The Catholic soldiers were also better equipped than their Bohemian opponents. Their musketeers carried modern firearms that could fire reliably at longer ranges. Their pikemen had proper armor, breastplates and helmets that could turn sword cuts and deflect some musket balls. Their cavalry included both heavy cavalry for shock charges and light cavalry for scouting and pursuit. Their artillery train included dozens of guns of various calibers, properly supplied with ammunition and served by experienced gunners. November the 8th, 1620, dawned cold and damp. A grey autumn day with rain threatening and fog lingering in low-lying areas. The weather reflected the somber mood. Neither side was particularly eager for battle. The soldiers on both sides, many of them unpaid for months, were cold, hungry, and tired. Winter was approaching, and everyone knew that military campaigns typically ended with the arrival of cold weather. Many soldiers hoped the armies might go into winter quarters without fighting, allowing them to survive another season. But the Catholic commanders decided to attack before Frederick could receive any reinforcements, or before winter weather made military operations impossible. Tilly and Bucquoy held a council of war on the morning of November 8th to finalize their battle plan. Some commanders argued for caution, suggesting that they should besiege Prague rather than risk a pitched battle. Count Bucquoy in particular had great reservations about a direct assault on fortified positions, having been trained in the careful, siege-oriented warfare that characterized the Netherlands campaigns. However, the decision was made to attack that same day. The Catholic armies formed up for battle, with the imperial troops on the left wing and the Catholic League forces on the right. Artillery was positioned to bombard the Bohemian positions. Cavalry took position on the flanks, ready to exploit any breakthrough or to pursue fleeing enemies. Infantry formed in the classic tertios formation, massive rectangles of pikemen in the center, surrounded by sleeves of musketeers, creating formations that combined the staying power of pikes with the firepower of gunpowder weapons. The Catholic soldiers prayed before battle, receiving blessings from priests who accompanied the army. Catholic propaganda would later claim that these men were fighting not just for Ferdinand, but for the true faith against Protestant heresy. They carried religious banners and images, seeking divine favor for their cause. Whatever their personal motivations, religious zeal, loyalty to their prince, professional pride, or simple desire for pay and plunder, they prepared themselves for the violence to come. On the Bohemian side, Anhalt organized his forces as best he could. The Bohemian left wing was commanded by Count Thurn, one of the leaders of the defenestration, and a committed Protestant who had much to lose if the cause failed. The center was commanded by Anhalt himself, attempting to personally inspire and coordinate his mixed quality forces. The right wing was commanded by Heinrich von Schlick and another force under Johann Ernst Thurse, Duke of Saxe-Weimar, but these commanders had little confidence in their troops' ability to withstand a determined assault. The Bohemian soldiers also prayed, calling on God to defend his faithful servants against Catholic tyranny. Protestant pastors moved among the ranks, offering words of encouragement and reminding soldiers that they fought for religious liberty and for Bohemian freedoms. But the soldiers could see the massive Catholic forces arrayed against them, and they could calculate the odds. Many must have felt a sinking sense that this battle was already lost, that they were about to be crushed by a superior enemy. The battle began sometime before noon, with a Catholic artillery bombardment. The Catholic guns, positioned on rising ground that gave them good fields of fire, opened up on the Bohemian positions with a thunderous roar. Solid iron cannonballs weighing several pounds each arced through the air and crashed into the Bohemian ranks. The psychological effect of artillery bombardment was often more significant than the actual casualties inflicted. The noise, the uncertainty, the sight of men torn apart by random iron spheres, all combined to shake morale and create fear. The Bohemian artillery attempted to respond, but their guns were fewer, less well positioned, and served by crews with less training. The artillery duel was one-sided, with Catholic guns dominating the fire exchange. After perhaps 30 minutes of bombardment, Tilly ordered the general assault to begin. The Catholic commanders had debated whether to attempt a full assault or a more cautious advance with limited objectives, hoping to provoke a skirmish that would reveal the Bohemian dispositions and weaknesses. In the end, they opted for a more limited initial attack on the right imperial wing, intending to test the Bohemian response before committing to a general assault. But as this initial attack developed, and Catholic troops found the Bohemian resistance weaker than expected, the battle rapidly escalated into a full engagement. The Catholic infantry advanced up the gradual slopes of White Mountain in their massive tertius formations. The sight must have been terrifying for defending soldiers. Thousands of men in dense formations, pikemen with their 18-foot pikes held upright, creating a forest of steel points, drummers beating out the rhythm of the march, flags and banners waving above the formations, officers shouting orders, and the whole mass moving forward with inexorable momentum. As the Catholic troops came within musket range, the Bohemian musketeers opened fire. Muskets of this era were smoothbore weapons with effective ranges of perhaps 100 yards. Though they were accurate only at much shorter distances, the musketeers fired by ranks. The first rank would fire their weapons, then step back to reload, while the second rank stepped forward to fire, creating a continuous but irregular rate of fire. The smoke from black powder firearms quickly obscured the battlefield in acrid clouds that made seeing and breathing difficult. The Catholic musketeers returned fire, and soon the slope of White Mountain was shrouded in gunpowder smoke. Men fell on both sides, struck by musket balls that inflicted terrible wounds. A musket ball could shatter bones, tear through organs, or cause massive bleeding that was invariably fatal without modern medical care. The wounded screamed and cried out, adding to the chaos and noise. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the smell of blood and loosened bowels. Fear and mortal wounds both causing men to lose control of bodily functions. As the Catholic infantry pressed closer, the crucial moment came when pike formations collided. Pike combat was brutal and exhausting work. Pikemen in the front ranks pushed their long pikes forward, trying to stab enemies while avoiding the multiple pike points thrusting toward them. The formations pressed against each other in a deadly shoving match, men in the rear ranks pushing those in front forward, while front-rank fighters tried to stab enemies or knock aside their pikes. The winner was usually whichever formation had better discipline, stronger men, or deeper reserves to feed into the combat. The Bohemian pike formations, composed largely of poorly trained levies, began to give ground almost immediately. They lacked the training to maintain formation under pressure. They lacked the physical strength and stamina that came from proper feeding and conditioning. They lacked the morale that came from trust in their comrades and belief in their cause. Within minutes, sections of the Bohemian line began to waver and break. Once a pike formation broke, disaster followed swiftly. Fleeing soldiers exposed their backs to pursuing enemies. Catholic cavalry, which had been waiting for exactly this opportunity, charged forward to cut down running men. Horsemen with swords could slaughter disorganized infantry with relative ease, riding them down and killing without much risk to themselves. The sight of cavalry charging and the sound of their thundering hooves added to the panic, causing more units to break and run. The Bohemian left wing under Count Thurn fought more effectively than the centre and right, holding its positions for a time and inflicting casualties on attacking Catholic forces. The Dutch professional soldiers in particular fought well, maintaining their formations and discipline even as Bohemian units around them collapsed. But as the centre and right of the Bohemian line disintegrated, Thurn's wing found itself increasingly isolated and in danger of being surrounded. Reluctantly, Thurn ordered a withdrawal before his troops could be cut off and destroyed. After perhaps an hour, maybe two at most, the Battle of White Mountain was effectively over. What had started as an organized defensive position had devolved into a rout, with Bohemian soldiers streaming back toward Prague in disorganized flight. The Catholic troops pursued, killing hundreds of fleeing men and taking many prisoners. The battlefield was left littered with dead and wounded, with abandoned weapons and equipment, with overturned wagons and discarded supplies. The casualty figures, like most military statistics from this era, are disputed and uncertain. Contemporary accounts suggest approximately 3,000 men were killed in the battle and its immediate aftermath, with perhaps 2/3 of those deaths on the Bohemian side. These numbers may not seem enormous by the standards of later wars. 20th century battles killed soldiers by the tens of thousands. But for early 17th century warfare, 3,000 deaths in a single afternoon was a significant butchery. Beyond the immediate casualties, the battle's strategic consequences were catastrophic for Frederick and the Bohemian cause. The army that was supposed to defend Prague and the kingdom had been destroyed in less than 2 hours. Most of the surviving soldiers had scattered, fleeing toward various destinations or simply deserting to save their own lives. The few organized units that remained intact were too few to mount any effective resistance. Prague lay defenseless before the victorious Catholic armies, and there was nothing to prevent Tilly's troops from entering the city. Frederick himself had not participated in the battle. He had remained in Prague Castle, waiting for news of the fighting. When he heard the combat begin, the distant thunder of artillery audible even in the city, he prepared to ride out with his entourage to join his army and inspire his troops by his royal presence. Medieval and early modern military tradition held that kings and princes should share the dangers of battle with their soldiers, demonstrating personal courage and providing a rallying point for defenders. But before Frederick could leave the city, he encountered his generals returning in disorder and defeat. They informed him in stark terms that the battle was completely lost, that the army had been destroyed, and that the Catholic forces would soon be at Prague's gates. There was no opportunity for heroic last stands or for turning the tide through personal bravery. The military situation was hopeless, and the only question now was what Frederick should do next. Should he attempt to hold Prague, or should he flee while escape was still possible? Standing on the city walls, Frederick could see for himself the truth of his general's reports. His soldiers streamed back toward the city in complete disarray, individual men and small groups running as fast as they could with Catholic cavalry in pursuit. On the battlefield, in the distance, he could see the Catholic banners flying victoriously and the organized formations of Tilly's troops beginning to advance toward Prague. The sight must have been devastating. 1 year and 5 days after his coronation, his kingdom was collapsing around him. That night, November 8th to 9th, 1620, Frederick held a desperate council with his remaining advisors in Prague Castle. The men gathered in the royal chambers to debate their options, knowing that whatever decision they made would shape not just their own fates, but potentially the entire future of Protestant interests in Central Europe. The atmosphere must have been tense, fearful, and marked by recriminations as everyone tried to understand how their cause had collapsed so completely. some advisors urged making a stand in Prague. The city had substantial fortifications, medieval walls, towers, gates, and defensive works that had protected it for centuries. The population was largely Protestant and sympathetic to Frederick's cause. With food supplies stockpiled and strong defensive positions, Prague might be able to withstand a siege for weeks or even months. During that time, relief might arrive from Bethlen in Transylvania, or the Dutch might send reinforcements, or winter weather might force Tilly to withdraw. A successful defense might rally Protestant support and salvage something from the disaster. But other advisors pointed out the hopelessness of this strategy. The army that should have defended Prague had been destroyed. The city's garrison was weak and demoralized. Many citizens, while Protestant, were not willing to endure a lengthy siege with all its privations. Shortages of food, disease, bombardment, and the ever-present threat of assault and sack if the walls were breached. Moreover, relief from where? Bethlen was far away in Transylvania and had his own problems. The Dutch were not coming. The Protestant Union had abandoned Frederick. England was offering no help. Ferdinand would never negotiate while he held all the military advantages. Most tellingly, several advisors pointed out that if Frederick remained in Prague and was captured, his fate would be terrible. Ferdinand would almost certainly execute him as a rebel and usurper, probably after a show trial designed to humiliate him and discredit the Protestant cause. Ferdinand might imprison Frederick for years in harsh conditions, using him as a hostage to extract concessions from Protestant powers. At best, Frederick might be forced to abdicate publicly, to renounce all claims to Bohemia, and to accept whatever terms Ferdinand demanded. Any of these outcomes would be catastrophic not just for Frederick personally, but for Protestant morale across Europe. The cold military calculus was inescapable. The cause was lost, at least for now. The best course was to preserve Frederick's life and freedom by fleeing Prague before Tilly's forces surrounded the city. In exile, Frederick might gather new allies, raise new armies, and perhaps eventually return to reclaim his crown. But captured in Prague, he would be at Ferdinand's mercy with no possibility of recovering. Frederick's decision to flee was probably the only rational choice given the circumstances, but it was nonetheless devastating. He had accepted the Bohemian crown believing God had called him to defend Protestant interests. He had promised the Bohemian estates that he would be their king and would protect their liberties. He had been crowned with the crown of St. Wenceslas just 1 year earlier, in an elaborate ceremony designed to demonstrate legitimacy and continuity with Bohemian tradition. Now he was abandoning Prague and his kingdom after a single afternoon's defeat, fleeing like a common criminal, rather than facing his enemies with royal dignity. The decision to flee was made that night, and preparations began immediately. The royal family needed to depart before dawn, before Tilly's troops could organize to pursue and capture them. Everything had to be done quickly and quietly to avoid causing panic in the city that might spark riots, or that might alert spies who could inform the Catholic forces of Frederick's movements. The flight from Prague on November 9th, 1620, was chaotic and humiliating, a stark contrast to the triumphant entry just 1 year earlier. In their haste, the royal family and their attendants left behind virtually everything. State papers documenting the reign and containing sensitive political correspondence, personal papers including private letters, treasure and valuables that should have been saved, furniture and household goods, and most famously and symbolically, the Bohemian crown jewels themselves. The crown jewels, the crown of St. Wenceslas that had been placed on Frederick's head at his coronation, along with the scepter, orb, royal sword, and other regalia, were left behind in the castle treasury. This was an enormous symbolic blow. The crown jewels represented royal legitimacy and continuity with Bohemian history. Their loss meant that Frederick could no longer claim to be the rightful king in any ceremonial sense. He didn't even have the physical symbols of his kingship. When Ferdinand reclaimed Prague, he would recover these sacred objects and use them to legitimize his own restoration. The family departed in whatever coaches and wagons could be readied quickly. Frederick and Elizabeth rode in a royal coach, with at least some of the children. Frederick Henry, now 6 years old, Charles Louis, 4 years old, and baby Elizabeth, nearly 2 years old. Prince Rupert, born just 11 months earlier, was almost left behind in the chaos of departure. In a scene that later became famous in family lore, a loyal courtier realized that the baby had been forgotten and grabbed the infant Rupert at the last moment, throwing him into a departing carriage just as it was pulling away. This near disaster of almost abandoning a royal baby demonstrates how chaotic and panicked the flight was. In normal circumstances, the children and their nurses would have been carefully accounted for, with lists checked and rechecked to ensure everyone was present. But in the pre-dawn darkness of November 9th, with enemy troops approaching and time running out, normal procedures broke down entirely. The family was lucky that someone noticed Rupert's absence before it was too late. The flight route led eastward from Prague towards Silesia, one of the provinces of the Bohemian crown that Frederick still nominally controlled. The party moved as quickly as possible, changing horses at posting stations when available, or simply driving the horses to exhaustion when fresh mounts couldn't be obtained. The roads were poor, rutted dirt tracks that turned to mud when it rained. The weather was cold and uncomfortable, typical for early November in Central Europe, with freezing temperatures at night and the constant threat of snow. Behind them, Prague fell to the victorious Catholic forces. Tilly's troops entered the city on November 9th, just hours after Frederick had fled. The occupation was relatively orderly. Tilly maintained discipline among his soldiers and prevented the worst excesses of looting and violence that often accompanied the capture of cities in early modern warfare. But the message was clear. Ferdinand had won, Frederick had lost, and the Bohemian Protestant cause had been crushed. The royal family's first stop was in Silesia, hoping that this province might still provide refuge. But as Catholic forces swept through the region, and as it became clear that Silesia could not be held, Frederick moved his family again, this time to Brandenburg, then to other Protestant territories farther north and west. They were refugees now, moving from place to place seeking safety and hoping to find some Protestant prince willing to shelter them, despite the risks of provoking Habsburg retaliation. The conditions of their flight were difficult and degrading, especially for Elizabeth, who had grown up in palaces and who had so recently worn a queen's crown. She travelled in uncomfortable carriages, stayed in whatever accommodations could be found, ate whatever food was available, and dealt with the constant stress of uncertainty and danger. She had 4 young children to care for under these terrible circumstances, including an infant who required constant attention. She was witnessing her husband's humiliation and the collapse of all their hopes. Yet Elizabeth maintained her composure and dignity through these ordeals. Contemporary accounts describe her bearing as queenly even in adversity, treating servants and companions with courtesy, managing the reduced household as well as circumstances permitted, and supporting Frederick emotionally through his crisis. This resilience would characterize Elizabeth throughout the next 4 decades of her life. She possessed an inner strength and determination that allowed her to endure losses that would have broken weaker spirits. After weeks of wandering through various Protestant territories, receiving temporary shelter but unable to find permanent refuge, Frederick and his family finally made their way to the Dutch Republic. Here, in the United Provinces that had successfully won independence from Spain through decades of warfare, Frederick's uncle, Prince Maurice of Nassau, offered them sanctuary. The family arrived in the United Provinces in late 1622, exhausted, impoverished, and dependent on Dutch charity. They settled primarily in The Hague, the political capital of Holland, and the seat of the States General, the Dutch Parliament. The Dutch provided Frederick with a substantial house, not a palace, but a comfortable residence appropriate for a prince in exile, and an annual subsidy of 70,000 guilders to maintain his household. This generosity was motivated partly by family loyalty. Maurice was Frederick's uncle through Frederick's mother, Louise Juliana, and partly by strategic calculation. Supporting Frederick kept alive Protestant claims to the Palatinate and Bohemia, providing diplomatic leverage against the Habsburgs. King James I of England, Elizabeth's father, also provided some financial support, though irregularly and with frequent complaints about the expense. James was never entirely reconciled to Frederick's acceptance of the Bohemian crown, viewing it as a foolish adventure that had brought disaster on the family. But James couldn't completely abandon his daughter and son-in-law without suffering political damage at home, where English Protestant opinions strongly supported Frederick's cause. So James sent money, but never enough, and always with implicit or explicit criticism of Frederick's judgment. The years from 1622 through 1632, when Frederick died, were years of exile, poverty, and fading hope. The family that had briefly worn crowns was now dependent on the charity of others. Frederick, who had ruled territories and commanded armies, now lived on subsidies and had no power beyond his titles and his symbolic status as a Protestant martyr. Elizabeth, who had been Queen of Bohemia, was now a queen without a kingdom, maintaining royal dignity on a budget that barely sustained a modest princely household. The Dutch Republic became Frederick and Elizabeth's home for the remainder of Frederick's life, from late 1622 until his death in 1632. The Hague, with its comfortable brick townhouses lining tree-shaded canals and its cosmopolitan atmosphere, provided a safe refuge but could never replace what they had lost. The family lived in a substantial residence provided by the Dutch government, maintaining what dignity they could manage on their limited income. Life in exile was a strange mixture of royal ceremony and genteel poverty. Frederick and Elizabeth maintained a court, receiving visitors, hosting small gatherings, and preserving the protocols of royalty, even though they ruled nothing. Elizabeth gave birth to more children during these years. Maurice, in 1621, named for Frederick's uncle who provided them sanctuary, and several others who brought both joy and additional financial strain to the impoverished household. By the time their family was complete, Frederick and Elizabeth would have 13 children, a remarkable number even by 17th century standards. Frederick spent these exile years desperately trying to organize military campaigns to reclaim his lost territories. He wrote hundreds of letters to Protestant princes, appealed for funds, and negotiated with military commanders about leading armies back into the Palatinate. The 30 Years' War continued to rage across Germany, creating occasional opportunities that Frederick hoped to exploit. When Swedish King Gustavus Adolphus entered the war in 1630 and began winning spectacular victories against Catholic forces, Frederick saw a chance for restoration. In 1632, Frederick travelled to southern Germany to join Gustavus Adolphus's campaigns. He hoped to participate personally in the liberation of the Palatinate and to begin the long process of reclaiming his lost position. He met with the Swedish king, who treated him with respect and discussed plans for restoring Frederick to at least some of his territories. For a brief moment, Frederick's hopes revived. Perhaps God's providence was finally turning in his favor after 12 long years of exile and defeat. But on November 29th, 1632, while staying in Mainz on the Rhine River, Frederick suddenly fell ill with what was probably plague or another infectious disease common in military camps. He died quickly, at only 36 years old, before he could see any restoration of his fortunes. His death was sudden enough that Elizabeth, back in The Hague with their children, had no chance to see him one final time, or to say goodbye. The Winter Queen's long widowhood. Elizabeth received news of Frederick's death while she was still relatively young, only 36 years old herself, the same age as her husband. She would live another 30 years, until 1662. But she never remarried, and she never stopped wearing the black mourning clothes that marked her as a widow. For 3 decades, Elizabeth dressed in black, maintaining mourning for the husband she had loved and for the kingdom they had briefly shared. These were long, difficult years, but Elizabeth faced them with remarkable courage and determination. She focused on raising her children and on securing their futures through advantageous marriages and military careers. She maintained correspondence with relatives across Europe, carefully cultivating relationships that might benefit her family. She managed her limited finances with care, stretching inadequate subsidies to maintain at least the appearance of royal status. Elizabeth also became a symbol for Protestant Europe, the Winter Queen, who had suffered for her faith and her principles. Protestant writers celebrated her constancy and dignity in adversity. Her exile became a rallying point for Protestant propaganda against Habsburg tyranny. She received visitors from across Europe who came to pay their respects to this living reminder of Protestant resistance and Habsburg persecution. In 1648, the Peace of Westphalia finally ended the 30 Years' War. The treaty provisions included partial restoration of some of the Palatinate territories to Frederick and Elizabeth's son, Charles Louis, who became Elector Palatine and ruler of the Lower Palatinate. But the family never recovered Bohemia, and the Upper Palatinate remained permanently in Bavarian hands. The electoral dignity was shared between Charles Louis and Bavaria through a complex arrangement that created an 8th electorate. These were partial victories, modest restorations that fell far short of what had been lost. Elizabeth never returned to Heidelberg, the city where she had spent the happiest years of her early marriage. The beautiful gardens she had loved were destroyed during the war. The castle was damaged by military action and would later be ruined beyond repair by French armies in the 1680s. The Hortus Palatinus, once called the 8th wonder of the world, existed now only in memory and in the engravings that documented its lost glory. In 1661, after the restoration of the English monarchy, under her nephew King Charles II, Elizabeth finally returned to England for the first time since her marriage, nearly 50 years earlier. She arrived in London, the city where she had been born, and had spent her childhood. Now an elderly woman returning to a homeland she barely remembered. She was received with honour and given an apartment at her nephew's court, but she was by then in failing health. Elizabeth died in London on February 13th, 1662, just one day before what would have been her 49th wedding anniversary. She was 65 years old and had outlived her husband by exactly 30 years. She was buried in Westminster Abbey, the great church where English monarchs are crowned and where the most distinguished subjects are laid to rest, giving her in death the recognition and honour that had eluded her in life. The children and their legacy. Of Frederick and Elizabeth's 13 children, several lived to adulthood and made significant marks on European history. Prince Rupert, the baby who had nearly been left behind in the flight from Prague, became one of the 17th century's most remarkable figures, a brilliant cavalry commander in the English Civil War, a scientist and inventor, an admiral, and an explorer. His dashing personality and military genius made him legendary. though his ultimate fate was to end his days without ever recovering his parents' lost kingdoms. Princess Sophia, born in 1630 in The Hague during the Exile years, became the mother of kings. She married Ernest Augustus, Elector of Hanover, and their son would eventually become King George I of Great Britain. This was the achievement that gave Frederick and Elizabeth's suffering its ultimate meaning and vindication. Through Sophia, their bloodline would inherit the British throne and would rule Britain for generations to come. The connection came through the Act of Settlement passed by the English Parliament in 1701. This act determined that after the death of Queen Anne, the last Stuart monarch, the British crown would pass to Sophia of Hanover and her Protestant descendants, specifically excluding Catholic claimants who had stronger hereditary claims. This remarkable constitutional settlement was designed to ensure Protestant succession and to prevent Catholic rulers from inheriting Britain's throne. Sophia herself died just weeks before Queen Anne in 1714, so she never actually became queen. But her son, Georg Ludwig, Elector of Hanover, inherited the British throne as King George II, founding the Hanoverian dynasty that would rule Britain through George I, George II, George III, George IV, and William IV, until Queen Victoria took the throne in 1837. Victoria's reign then connected the Hanoverian line to the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, which became the House of Windsor. This means that every British monarch from 1714 to the present day descends from Frederick and Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth II, who reigned from 1952 to 2022, was their direct descendant through 11 generations. King Charles III, who acceded to the throne in 2022, continues this lineage. The Winter King and Winter Queen, who lost everything in 1620 and died in exile and poverty, are the ancestors of Britain's current royal family. A legacy beyond defeat. As we bring Frederick's story to its close, it's natural to reflect on what his brief reign and long exile meant for European history. By conventional measures, Frederick's kingship was a disaster. He ruled Bohemia for barely 1 year before his army was destroyed and his kingdom lost. He spent the remaining 12 years of his life in exile, dependent on the charity of others, never recovering his hereditary territories or his electoral dignity during his lifetime. He died at 36, relatively young, without ever seeing the restoration he had hoped for. Yet Frederick and Elizabeth's willingness to accept the Bohemian crown, despite all the risks, and despite the opposition of powerful allies like King James, represented something important. They chose to defend Protestant interests at a crucial moment, believing that God had called them to this task. Their defeat didn't end the Protestant cause. If anything, their martyrdom strengthened Protestant resolve and provided a powerful symbol of Catholic tyranny that energized resistance. The 30 Years' War, that began with Frederick's acceptance of the Bohemian crown, continued for 3 decades after his death, ultimately producing a settlement in 1648 that guaranteed Protestant rights in the Holy Roman Empire and that established principles of religious toleration that would gradually spread across Europe. The Peace of Westphalia, born from the war's terrible destruction, created a new system of European international relations based on sovereign states rather than religious unity. And through Sophia and the Hanoverian succession, Frederick and Elizabeth's gamble ultimately bore fruit in ways they could never have imagined. Their descendants rule Britain to this day. Every coronation since 1714 has placed a crown on the head of someone who carries Frederick and Elizabeth's blood. The Winter King, who lost his crown in a single afternoon, became the ancestor of one of history's most successful and enduring royal dynasties. Frederick V, Elector Palatine and briefly King of Bohemia, died on November 29, 1632, in Mainz, Germany. He was buried initially in a Protestant church, though his remains were later moved, and his current burial place is uncertain. A final indignity for a man who had once worn the crown of St. Wenceslas, but his memory lived on through his widow, through his children, and through the legacy that would unfold across the coming centuries. Elizabeth, his winter queen, lived 3 decades beyond him, wearing black and remembering both their brief triumph and their long defeat. When she finally died in London in 1662, she was laid to rest with royal honours in Westminster Abbey, where future generations of their descendants would be crowned as kings and queens of Great Britain. The story of Frederick and Elizabeth, the Winter King and Winter Queen, is a story of ambition and faith, of triumph and tragedy, of hope and loss. It's a reminder that even apparent failures can have unexpected consequences, that even brief reigns can shape history in profound ways, and that sometimes those who lose everything in their own lifetimes give gifts to future generations that they themselves could never have imagined. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you can imagine the gardens of Heidelberg in their glory, the coronation ceremony in Prague's great cathedral, the desperate flight through cold November nights, and the long years of exile in The Hague. Imagine Elizabeth in her black widow's clothes, writing letters and raising children, never knowing that through her daughter Sophia, she would become the mother of a royal line that continues to this day. Imagine Frederick dying at 36, his dreams unfulfilled, not knowing that history would remember him not just as a winter king, but as the ancestor of kings. Their story is ended, but their legacy continues, carried forward through the centuries by descendants who wear crowns that Frederick and Elizabeth could barely have dreamed of. And so, the Winter King and Winter Queen sleep in history, their brief reign a footnote, their long-term legacy written across the centuries in the bloodlines of royalty. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as peaceful as the Hague canals, where Elizabeth walked in mourning, and as beautiful as the Heidelberg gardens she never forgot.